your positions. Hello! Hi, welcome in. This is the 398th episode of the Dean Wither Show. For everybody who is tuning in for the first time, welcome in. You're in for a treat. Here we debate Trump supporters, and we try to change their minds while listening to their crazy idiocracy. In fact, we already have the first Trump supporter of the day loaded up and connected on the live stream over on TikTok. I don't know if that sentence was grammatically correct, but I bet you're picking up what I'm putting down. Now we're going to hop into a discussion with them here in a moment. But before we do, it's also worth pointing out that we also like to go over the breaking news every day. So what's the breaking news of today? Well, Jimmy Kimmel has fired back at Trump and his wife after Trump and his wife launched nasty attacks on him yesterday, or maybe even the day before yesterday. Jimmy Kimmel is a comedian. What do comedians do? They make jokes. Jimmy Kimmel made a joke right before the White House Correspondents' Dinner where he had looked at this video of Melania Trump and said that there was like this inkling in her eyes of a expected widow-to-be. And it was a joke about how Melania is super happy because Trump's going to die soon from natural age or something like that. You know, I mean, you could condemn that joke. You could, I mean, whatever. All right. It's political satire. You're free to your opinion on it. You're free to think that that's taking it too far. But the point is that in response to this political satire that, you know, many will argue took it too far, which is fine to say, the Trump White House responded by saying that he is a disgusting, evil man that needs to be fired by ABC and Disney right now. And Jimmy Kimmel fired back by saying, well, if anybody needs to bring down the temperature and stop the disgusting hate speech, look no further than Trump. And I kind of agree with that sentiment. There's not a single person that anybody could point to that's been more violent with their hate speech against their political opponents in the last 10 years than Trump. That's the guy that threatened genocide. That's the guy that said the woman he raped should be thrown in jail. That's the guy that discredited Epstein victims. That's the guy that celebrated Rob Mueller's death. That's a guy that called for the execution of 6 sitting Democrats in Congress. And this is the guy that a bunch of people on the right uplift and defend on a daily basis. I mean, Michael Knowles, for instance, posted on Twitter saying that because of Jimmy Kimmel's violent hate speech, he needs to be fired at once. Okay, so here's a question for, you, Michael Knowles, if you happen to be seeing this clip anywhere, and for all the other Trump supporters tuning in. Why do y'all hold a comedian to a higher standard than the President of the United States? I'm not telling you that you're wrong for thinking that he took that joke too far, but I am calling you hypocritical for saying that he needs to be fired because of it, yet you continue to support Trump every day regardless of all the things that we just went over. All right? And that's a problem because we shouldn't be holding literal comedians to a higher standard than the most powerful man alive. And those are my thoughts. But now that I've given you my thoughts, let's go ahead and hop into those debates. I'm going to pass the mic off back to you, Miss Trump supporter. Let's start from the top. Tell us why you're MAGA.
Because Trump is against Islam.
Okay. Because it's about an ideological belief that he holds that he doesn't like Islam.
And it's threatening Europe, so we don't need it here.
Okay. Well, here's what I'd say. I actually think that Donald Trump probably makes more people Muslim because of the way that he represents Christianity. A lot of people inevitably do kind of pick and choose their religion, who they want to side
Islam?
with. One moment. And what religion they want to follow, kind of based upon how the followers of that religion act. And especially here in America, I mean, what we see from, quote unquote Christians, especially in positions of power, are people like Trump who he did everything I just said, claimed to be God, threatened genocide, attacked the Pope.
I love your yap sessions. You're just yapping. I asked you a question.
You don't even want, you asked the question in the middle of my response to your statement. I will not cut off my statement to respond to a question that you ask in the middle of it. That's very unfair.
Okay, so answer.
No, not until I'm done making my statement in response to your original
taking
statement.
Over Europe.
What I'm pro is you shutting the hell up so I could finish my counter rebuttal to your argument. Is that fair?
Your counter is that he's turning people more Muslim.
Well, you don't even know what my counter is because you didn't let me finish.
You just said that.
No, I wasn't done. I think that you're going to need to see a holistic view of the counter argument in order for you to understand where I'm coming from. I just completely lost my train of thought because of the 4 interruptions in less than 30 seconds, but I'll start from the top. So first and foremost, I just think to support any president because of an ideological belief compared to what they're driving insofar as real world material outcomes is very like perverse and backwards. I think that we should care a little bit more about the fact that he's destroying the country, calling for genocide, starting endless wars in the Middle East that cost $1 billion a day, and the fact that he's endorsed the execution of citizens on the streets of this country while also of having taken healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans. We should care about more those things more than like what he ideologically believes, like Islam is bad. But then the second level that I'd like to go over here, now that we've agreed, or at least I've suggested that we should care more about the real world material outcomes and what he ideologically believes in, is the fact that he ideologically believes Islam is in the wrong is really ill-willed and falsely rooted. I mean, if you read the Quran and the Hadiths through a fundamentalist scope of interpretation, yeah, they're going to be bad. But that same thing could be said about the Christian Bible. I think what we as rational people need to recognize is that when we read the religious scripture of any mainstream religion through a fundamentalist interpretation, it's going to be bad. Yet, when we actually look at the real-world followers of every single mainstream religion, fundamentalist interpretations are only held by a minority of their followers, and the majority of the followers of every single mainstream religion, including Christianity and Islam, are a bit more benevolent and, like, for instance, don't believe that Prophet Muhammad, oh, Kitty, you're scratching me, is a pedophile if they're Muslim, and if they're Christian, don't believe that the Christian God is okay with slavery or commended genocide.
He mentioned that his going after Islam is perverse. You don't think that it's perverse to marry a 6-year-old?
No, I do think that it's perverse to marry a 6-year-old, but I could also recognize that a vast majority of Muslims don't think that that's something Prophet Muhammad did, in the same way that a vast majority of Christians don't think the Christian God is okay with genocide or slavery.
Do you know about Sahih al-Bukhari?
I've heard that before.
It's the authentic interpretation of Islam, where Aisha herself, the one that he married, said that she was 6 years old.
Yeah, you're talking about Aisha's hadith. Well, so the fundamentalist of interpretation, of course, is that she was 6.
Sahih al-Bukhari means
can you please allow me to
authentic. That's
finish?
the authentic belief.
Okay, so you're arguing that in order to be a real Muslim, you have to think that child rape is okay. Well, very similarly, that I could turn around and argue in order to be a real Christian, you have to think that slavery and genocide is okay. Right? But clearly people are going to disagree with that.
You're using another religion
and
to
clearly
debunk,
other people
so
are going to disagree with that
you're
are Muslim.
You're using that as an excuse. There are
No, what I'm
Muslim
using it
nations
as is
today
an
that are marrying
explanation.
children.
What I'm using it as is an explanation
If
with a
it
very
was
simple fact.
if they were so against it, they would denounce that, but they don't.
Okay, so then Christianity is pro-child marriage because every president we've ever had has been a Christian, yet child marriage is still legal in 13 over 50 states.
Yeah, we're talking about the Islam nations.
I know, because as soon as I like put this into comparison to like literally any other mainstream religion, you see that your argument falls apart.
Today. Where do you have a 6-year-old here in the U.S. getting married?
Regardless if they're 6 or 14 or 16, they're still children.
No, because
that
we're
can't
talking
consent.
about their leader, right?
Well, I mean, what we're talking
Muhammad
about
is
here
their
is the
leader.
fact that you're attempting to defend the proposition that, well, if they're 6 years old, okay, it's really wrong. But if they're 14 or 16 years old, well, it's not wrong at all. And you said,
Has any
well, in
pope
other
married a
countries that are
6-year-old?
disproportionately Islamic, we see 6-year-olds that are getting married. Well, in our country that's disproportionately Christian, we see that our president is an adjudicated rapist that is mentioned in the Epstein files over 1 million times, that had his DOJ redact files accusing
Trump
him of
is
child
not
rape,
a religious
yet he's still
leader.
supported by over half of the country, including you.
Trump is not a religious leader.
Okay, so you don't care when non-religious leaders are rapists. In fact, you'll actively support them. But if they're a religious leader, then it's a totally different story, and you want to condemn them.
Yeah, because 2
How
billion
about we just
people
condemn all
follow
rapists?
a pedophile.
Okay, and you are somebody that follows a rapist. You're no different than anybody that believes
Trump is
Prophet
not a
Muhammad is a
rapist.
pedophile. One moment, let
Where
me
is-
finish. One moment, let me finish. You are legitimately no different than the fundamentalist Muslims that do
You can make
believe
your
Prophet Muhammad is...
accusations, but-
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and finish. You are no different than a fundamentalist Muslim that does believe Prophet Muhammad is a pedophile, yet still chooses to follow him and upholds the belief that he never
He is
engaged
a
in any major
pedophile.
sin. Because you are a Trump supporter and you defend a president who is a rapist. You defend a president that has boasted about the sexual exploitation of women and girls.
He married
You
a
defend a
6-year-old.
president that is mentioned in the Epstein files over 1 million times. So tell me, what is the difference
At 9
between
years
you
old.
and a Muslim that upholds a fundamentalist interpretation of the Quran and the Hadiths and tells the conclusion that Prophet Muhammad was a rapist pedophile? What is the difference?
The difference is that I don't follow a rapist.
You do. Trump.
Nope, Trump is not a rapist.
That's what a court proved.
Nope.
Yep.
Trump is not a rapist.
Trump v. E. Jean Carroll was a civil court case that concluded in 2023, and the unanimous jury of 9 concluded that he raped a woman by the name of E. Jean Carroll.
Okay. He's not a religious leader. You keep making this claim as if he's a religious leader.
So you think it's okay to like follow rapists as long as they're not religious leaders?
I don't adore him.
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
Pray to Trump.
That's fucking crazy. No, you just want him to be the most powerful man alive, right?
No, I don't.
Okay, then you want to support him as president. No, I'm not making assumptions. Because the president of the United States of America is the most powerful man alive. Can you agree?
Sure.
Okay, so then you do want a rapist to be the most powerful man alive.
Because he's not deporting people fast enough. So you're winning, I guess.
Wait. So one of the reasons why you don't support him is not because he's a rapist? Yeah, well then you have absolutely no grounding whatsoever to talk about Muslims that uphold fundamental interpretations of the Quran, leading to the conclusion that Prophet Muhammad is a pedophile. Like, listen, I think it's a good thing to disagree with fundamentalist interpretations of any mainstream religion. Okay, Muslims who think that Prophet Muhammad married a kid and that's fine is bad. Okay, Christians who think that Rebecca was 3 and that's fine is bad. Okay, Muslims who think that women deserve half as much of rights as men is bad. And Christians who think that slavery is okay if it's the Israelites that are doing the enslaving are bad. Fundamentalist interpretations of all religions are bad. All right, but you are a hypocrite because you want to condemn people that hold on to this fundamentalist interpretation because you think they're an issue because they're following a pedophile, yet you're over here defending a rapist as president. And you don't know that you haven't addressed this point at all so far in the debate. You're getting caught up on your own argument here, and I really wish that you could just sit here and respond to the point that I'm making. I want you to address the fact that you are a hypocrite because even though you don't think that Trump is your religious prophet, you still yet do support a rapist that has admitted to sexual exploitation as the president of the United States of America, which would be the most powerful position available to any human alive.
Okay. I don't follow him. I don't pray to him.
You support him as president. That is following him.
Yeah, I don't pray to him.
Okay, that doesn't matter because you still support him as the most powerful man alive.
No.
Then you're not a Trump supporter.
I guess you could say that.
Okay, thank you for conceding because you realize that your point is hypocritical. Yeah, we just forced her into conceding that she's not a Trump supporter because she realized if she upheld the logic in which she was attempting to communicate to me, that she legitimately is a hypocrite. Very hypocritical. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in the box because I guess we changed her mind. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. That's wild. That's wild, bro. We got paid partnership loaded up into the box. Holy... yeah, and that religious conversation, like, really isn't too hard, okay? It's very simple. We just condemn all fundamentalist sects of all major religions, and we recognize that we can't portray every follower of Islam or every follower of Judaism/Christianity to necessarily hold on to those fundamentalist interpretations. Not every Muslim thinks that pedophilia is okay, and not every Christian thinks that genocide and slavery is okay. And I don't think that it's fair to act like they do. And I think it's even more unfair when we just subjugate and specify and targeting one religion, and then we obfuscate and attempt to apply the fundamentalist interpretation of their religious scripture onto every follower of that religion. Welcome in paid partnership. What a name. Do you support Trump?
What's going on? Thank you. Nice to meet you. Your name is Dean Withers?
Yeah.
All right. Great. Hi, I'm just call me Q. So you say that Trump has a lot of baggage, correct?
Yeah. Are you a Trump supporter?
Hell yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 18. How are you?
What year are you born in?
2006.
You can't be 18 born in 06.
Yeah, you can.
Minor! Let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter. Please and thank you. We got Jack45 connecting.
Hey, Dean, can I pound your cakes, please, man? Please, let me give you a kiss, please.
By the way, for everybody in the chat saying that you could be 18 born in 06, you guys got to get better at math, okay? You guys, please, just quickly do the math in your head, everybody, all right? There's like a handful of people in that TikTok chat saying that you can do the math in your head, all right? We're in the year 2026. Okay. Blue Girl, thank you for the unicorn fantasy. I really appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you. Okay, now what's 2026 minus 2006? 20. So what does that mean? that if your birthday has passed so far this year and you were born in 2006, you'd be 20. So then what does that imply? That if your birthday hasn't passed so far this year, then at minimum you would be 19. There you go. So you can't be 18 if you were born in 2006 because at minimum you'd be 19 years old. I'm happy that we could clear up some very simple math for a handful of the people in the chat that are confused. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Of course I do.
Are you driving?
Correct.
Can you pull over? Unfortunately, can't be driving on TikTok Live. If you can't pull over, no worries. I'm just going to have to move on.
Yep, I'll pull over right now. I'm good.
Appreciate
Go
you,
ahead.
dude. After you pull over, could you please disconnect your phone from Bluetooth? I could just hear a little bit of an echo in the background.
All right, go ahead.
All right, man. Welcome in. I appreciate you for being here, bro. I'm just going to go to quickly take a moment to thank a couple people who've supported the stream, and then I'm going to go to pass that mic off to you. First and foremost, this is coming over on the chat. Super Mercedes. Oh, my God. This is crazy. Thank you so much for the $50. Jeez, Mercedes. That is so much money. Thank you for supporting me and what we do. I appreciate you. I'm going to spend that on a dinner tonight. I'm taking my grandparents out, so that's very, very kind of you. Mercedes with the $50 over on the chat super says, thank you for all that you do, especially your patience. Well, thank you, Mercedes. I try to be patient. I'm always working on it, and there's always room for improvement, but thank you so very much for the love and support. Show some love to Mercedes down below for the 50. Same thing to you. Sarah, thank you for the $10, who says she's a perfect example of fake outrage. Trump has mentioned countless times in the files where the youngest victim was still attached to the umbilical cord. What a hypocrite. No, exactly. That was the argument that I gave her, and she couldn't respond to it at all. Thank you, S, for the $10. As well as over on TikTok, thank you, Kuma, that is Kuma. Thank you so much for the 2 galaxies. That is very, very kind of you. We're caught up on TikTok and chat super. Over on the VENMO, thank you, Michael, for the $50 as well. I appreciate you. Social love to Michael in that chat. That is so much money. Again, I don't know why, like, you guys are being so kind today. We've only been live for 20 minutes. Thank you, Michael. All the love in the world to you, man. Michael with the 50 says, you're very intelligent, but MAGA is not. A true marker of intelligence is how well you could explain complexity in lay terms. Sometimes you do get wordy and you lose people. I'm still interested in fundraising with you. We have big pockets. Okay, well, that's very kind of you, Michael. Thank you. No, I'm very verbose, and that's something I also try to continue to work on. I appreciate you for the $50. That's very kind of you. Then Lacey, thank you so much for the $10. Nicole, thank you for the $1. Hannah, thank you for the 5, and then Danny, thank you for the 2. I appreciate you guys. We're all caught up over there. Let's quickly. I think we maybe have like 2 people to thank over on PAYPAL real quick. Anna, thank you for the $10. Who says for math lessons with Dean? Oh yes, we had to give a math lesson to everybody in the chat. Thank you. And then one last one here over in the chat super. Thank you so much, TRIN. I'm gonna call you Trin. Trin, thank you for the $20. Who says get your grandparents some fancy drinks too? Oh well, that's very kind of you. I appreciate you for the $20, Trin. 200 Trin W's. Show some love to all the donors down below in that chat. If you want to support me or the stream, you can find my Venmo, PayPal link in the bio on TikTok. Pin message over on the other place, and Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. I appreciate you guys for all the continued love. It's what allows us to continue to be able to do this for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week. And Mr. MAGA, I appreciate you for your patience. Go ahead and take it away and tell us why the hell you support Trump.
So, I mean, obviously I don't support everything he does. So, I mean, I support a few things he does. But my question to you is, I don't understand why you feel so comfortable saying he was convicted of rape and he's a pedophile, because you have no proof, no legitimate proof of any of it.
Okay, well, for the second thing that you said, I don't say that on TikTok because that gets me flagged. So the only thing that you've heard me say...
literally just said it to the lady before me.
No, I said rapist. You should go replay the stream. You should go replay the stream over on YouTube.
So is he a pedophile?
I'm fine if you make inferences from what I say, and that could be an inference that somebody could make, but it's not something that I'll ever say explicitly because of TikTok terms of service.
Is he a pedophile?
I just told you that I'm fine if you make inferences from what I say, but I can't say that explicitly because of TikTok's terms of service. Like for instance, what I'll tell you is I do believe that Donald Trump has barged into the dressing rooms of naked little girls under the age of 18 while they were naked to look at their bodies.
Most of the people there said he didn't do that, but one girl said he did.
So that's not true.
That girl... Yeah, it is true. It's very true.
And you said that most of them said he didn't do that. So what you're confusing...
Most of the girls, there's a variety of girls that were at the same place that said he did not do it, and there's the one girl that said he did do it.
Okay, name 3.
Bro, I'm not like you. I don't sit on this thing all day. I don't name all the women, but I've looked it up. You're welcome to look it up. It happened.
I have. So what I can tell you...
You're getting people killed. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Okay.
You're getting people killed, and you're responsible for the blood of people that are getting shot at, and
For being
everybody
honest?
that gets killed for your BS.
For
You
being
don't know
honest?
that he's a pedophile. There is no honesty to
So
that.
I'm trying to
There's no
respond
honesty
to you
to
here,
you
but it
call
doesn't seem
somebody a
like you want
pedophile
to.
and you don't know it.
So
That's not honesty. You're
I'll
responsible for
repeat.
killing people.
Okay, and you're
So you just
responsible for
remember
being
that. The next person.
You're responsible for being a dumbass because you're unwilling to learn more about the world around you. Once again, I've never explicitly made the claim that he is that thing. I can't because of TikTok terms of service. But I absolutely do talk on the fact that he has barged into the dressing rooms of naked women and girls at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA because he admitted to it on Howard Stern's radio show. And then we had 4 teens, some as young as 15, from Miss Teen USA come out and say that this happened to them. Not to mention that a court held him civilly liable for raping a woman by the name of Jean Carroll. He's mentioned in the files over 1 million times. He sent a letter to Jeffrey Epstein depicting the naked body of a girl with a statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret." Epstein sent a letter to Larry Nassar 2 days before he got it, saying that President Trump shares their affiliation for young, nubile, or sexually attractive girls. And Donald Trump has been credibly accused in the files by Jane Doe number 4, who was a victim of Epstein's, who did win millions in a settlement from Epstein's estate, that also credibly accused Trump in 3 sit-down in-person interviews with the FBI in 2019. But he left because he knows that he's wrong. That's just kind of how it rolls with a lot of these Trump supporters, folks. I wish that he would have stuck around for a conversation, but clearly he wouldn't have had a response to anything I just said. That's the way it goes with MAGA, you guys. We clock them and they run. I wish that they would stick around, but unfortunately they don't. Let's go ahead and move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Welcome in, Noah. Do you support Trump? Noah, I'm going to go to give you around 3 seconds to respond here. Going once, going twice, and kicked. Moving on to the next guest. All right, guys. Only hop inside of the queue. If you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you. Follow the rules. I invite all the Trump supporters that are tuning in to come up here and have a convo. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Corbin?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you, Corbin?
I'm 18.
What year are you born in?
2004.
Okay, you were terrible at math, Corbin. Go ahead and pop out of here for me, my friend. I swear to God, if I see people in the chat saying that you could be 18, born in 04, I'm going to lose my shit. We got the next guest, Blake, loaded up into the box. I'm going to lose my shit, dude. I'm going to lose my shit. All right, folks. Next guest we got loaded up here right now. Tommy, I appreciate you for that money gun, man. Thank you so much for that love and support. All right, this guy's name is Dad Life for Life. Let's go to get them up here, folks. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Actually, not anymore. So I know this is off topic, but I just wanted to say I don't anymore. And I'm coming around to liking you more and more.
Hey, man, I appreciate you. Thank you, dude. Really happy to hear that you don't support Trump anymore. That's awesome. Love to hear it. Show some love to that guest down below in that comment section. We love to see progression. We love to see change. And thank you for the meteor shower. I still can't read off your name, by the way. You should really change that. You know that to the person who just sent the meteor shower. You should really change your name. Rocky, welcome in. Are you MAGA?
Yeah, I am. I guess
How old are you?
said. 26.
What year were you born in?
August the 8th, 1999.
Okay. All right, man. Sounds good. Let me thank a couple of people. The mic of the floor will be yours. I appreciate you, dude. Alexis, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much. Z, thank you for the $10. Who says Rex the Turtle? So say again. Oh, shout out to Rex and thank you, Z, for the $10. Harrison, I appreciate you for the $5. I thank you. I thank you so much, Harrison. And then over on PAYPAL, thank you, Lily, for the $20 donation. Lily, that is very, very kind of you. Thank you so much for supporting me in what we do. Show some love to Lily in those chats, please. Lily with the $20 says, I've watched you for over a year and I've learned so much and you've given me so much motivation to learn more about everything that's going on in our fucked up world. So thank you. Well, thank you so much for tuning in and being inspired to learn a thing or two. I think it's very important for us all to be active and engaged in politics. And one last time, thank you. Thank you so much. Go ahead and take it away, man. Tell us why you support this horrendous orange president. What an authoritarian train wreck.
I think like most of it is just like, you know what I'm saying, just being patriotic. Like no matter, like I didn't agree with a lot of the previous administration's policies and stuff like that, but I still supported them. You know what I mean? So that's really where more to stem from. I would have considered myself like more of like MAGA before, but this second presidency, a lot of the stuff he ran on kind of didn't really hold up to what he was saying. You know what I mean? For some of the stuff, a lot of the stuff I would say, but I still think it hasn't been as bad as people make it out to be.
Okay, so I didn't really hear too many points there, but what I will say is that there's nothing patriotic about supporting a president that has launched an attack on our Constitution. Donald Trump's attack includes either threats or infringements on the 1st, 2nd, 4th, 10th, 4th, 14th, and 22nd Amendment, on top of Article 1 and 2. There's nothing patriotic about supporting a president that has attempted to consolidate power to the executive branch of our government compared to allowing it to be dispersed amongst the three co-equal federal branches. We see this through sentiments of Trump's when he says that if Congress doesn't pass, a bill to make the election secure, he'll just do it himself. Okay, well, that's a consolidation of power. Or when he said that he's going to federalize the elections and control the midterms, well, that's an unconstitutional consolidation of power. The Constitution gives that ability to the states. And on top of that, there's nothing patriotic about supporting a president that inspired an attempted insurrection upon our capital, which led to 174 of his followers trying to kill cops in the process of raiding our capital to smear their shit on the walls and attempt to kill our representatives, who he then turned around and gave full and complete presidential pardons and called patriots, right? There's nothing patriotic about supporting Trump in the slightest.
So look, with some of the things you said, I'm not too familiar about the whole first thing you were talking about. When it comes to the insurrection, I think that was blown out of proportion. He told him to go home. He offered to send him the National Guard. Do I think it was right? No, obviously not.
Blown out of proportion. That was the first time, in this country's history that the Confederate flag had flown. It was flown in our capital. We fought a civil war to keep that flag out of our capital, yet it got in there on J6. I mean,
I agree. I don't like what happened on January 6th. I'm not saying
what
right.
specifically is blown out of proportion. It was the
the
largest act of domestic terrorism against our democracy since the Civil War. What am I blowing out of proportion? I mean, not only did we see his followers raiding the Capitol, but we also saw him installing false votes for himself inside of Congress, and we saw his followers chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," when Mike Pence wouldn't certify the fraudulent outcome. Right?
Yeah,
what am I blowing out of proportion?
You can't blame him. You can't blame him for the action of other people. You know what I mean? He told him to go home. He offered to send.
Then why did he give them pardons?
But I mean, after they did multiple years in federal prison.
Yeah, that's why I blame his ass, because he gave them pardons. He wanted them to do what they did, or else he wouldn't have given them pardons.
Not necessarily, but
yes, necessarily. Why do you reward bad people who do bad things with good outcomes? No, you don't.
Yeah.
When bad people do bad things, you don't reward them with good outcomes. So because he rewarded them with the best possible outcome, which was completely wiping their criminal record and annulling any money that they would owe to our government to rebuild the millions of dollars of damage upon our capital, and completely letting them out of jail too. Okay, because he gave them such a fine reward, he doesn't think that they did anything bad.
They have to go to prison for them to be pardoned. They had to be punished. I mean, it's like there was nothing that happened. You know what I mean? Like
they should have been.
How long you want them to be in prison for?
Well, at minimum, what they're sentenced to stay in prison for. At maximum, life, because they're literally domestic terrorists.
You want them to be in prison for life for walking through a door?
I'm fine with sending domestic terrorists to prison for life. Yes,
I completely agree, but I think that the punishment should be, you know what I'm saying, justified for the crime. And
so do you think that what they are sentenced to was unjustified?
What was their sentences?
I'll give you an example. DJ Rodriguez went to jail for 10 years because he tried to kill a cop in the process of raiding the Capitol to end our democracy.
Yes, I think that's a justified sentence.
So then why did Donald Trump let him out 4 years in?
Look, just because I support the administration don't mean I support everything he did.
So then you accept that Donald Trump doesn't think that DJ Rodriguez did anything wrong, or else he would have let him stay in jail for the whole 10 years of his sentence?
I don't know what he thinks. I can't speak on what other people think.
Well, I think that we could determine what other people think based on what they do. Okay? And what Donald Trump did is he called him a patriot and he let him out of jail.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like you said, I agree with. I think you can make a good assumption of what people think based off of their actions.
So do you agree that we could reasonably assume that Trump didn't care what DJ Rodriguez did?
I think that's pretty reasonable. So I wouldn't say no. I wouldn't say it's reasonable to assume that he didn't care. I think it's reasonable to assume that you could say he either thought he paid the price for it or that the punishment wasn't just. But I wouldn't say it's reasonable.
Well, if Donald Trump didn't think that the punishment was just, then he either didn't care what DJ Rodriguez did or actively thought it was a good thing. I mean, not only did he give these people pardons, but he called them patriots.
Yeah,
right. I mean, I think that's like the second level here that really does justify here that either Trump didn't care or thought that they did something good because he called them patriots.
Hey, like I said, bro, just because I support the administration don't mean I got to support everything they do.
Right, but can you concede, like, that we could reasonably conclude here that Trump actively supported the J6 rioters because he let them out of jail and labeled them as patriots?
I guess you could consider that support.
Okay. So if you're the first thing that you said when you joined this live is that you support Trump because you're a patriot. No true American patriot would ever support somebody who pardoned domestic terrorists and called the domestic terrorists patriots.
Yeah, but I think the good outweighs the bad overall when it comes to Trump. I think that some of the things he's done has been good, and I think some of the things he's done has been bad.
So what are the good things?
Just like any other president.
So what are the good things?
I support removing Maduro from power. I support this conflict with Iran. I support the deportation.
Why do you support the war in Iran?
Individuals. Why do I support the war in Iran? Well, just like big picture, they don't like America. They burn American flags. I don't agree with that. But the main thing is Iran's been doing some shady stuff, backdoor weapons deals with Russia, stuff like that. And Russia's our competitor. Same thing with Venezuela.
So if you just went to war with Russia, would you support it?
Hell yeah.
If he went to war with China, would you support it?
Hell yeah. I mean, I don't think it. I don't.
If he went to war with Russia and China, he'd be starting World War III. So in other words, if Donald Trump started World War III, you'd support it.
I don't think it's a good idea, but I would support it. You know what I'm saying? If it was like, yo, let's do it. Hey, it is what it is. But those three countries that you
so in other words, you're telling me the good things that Donald Trump has done that makes you support him is the fact that he's a warmonger.
No, not a warmonger. Like, look,
only warmongers would start World War III.
No, I'm not saying I don't want to go to war. I'm just saying I would support going to war with them. You know what I mean? They don't like
that statement is
like
contradictory. Them. Wanting something is supporting something. Not wanting something is not supporting something.
I don't want to go. I'm just saying if we
then you want to support it. Dude, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. The word want is a synonym.
I don't want to.
Dude, listen to what I'm saying. Stop. The word want.
You're not listening.
Stop, dude. I'm going to kick you. The word want is a synonym for support. So when you say, I don't want World War III, but I would support World War III, you are contradicting yourself.
I didn't say
because dude, one more time and you're gone. Do I need to put you on mute? Do I need to give you the fucking binky? Okay, then I'm going to put the fucking binky in your mouth. Okay, so verbatim what you said is, I don't want World War III, but I would support World War III. That statement is contradictory. Because if you don't want something, then you wouldn't support it. And if you do want something, then you would support it. Fucking idiot. I hate it when people, right, like, interrupt me every 2 fucking syllables. Like, if there's a couple interruptions here and there, that's fine, whatever. I do the same thing. But every 2 syllables grinds my gears. Well, he's not interrupting anymore, so that's good.
All right, can I go now?
Yeah.
All right, cool. I wasn't trying to interrupt you. I was just trying to let you know that I wasn't saying that I support World War III. I was just saying that if it did happen, I'm not saying I want it to happen. I'm saying if it did happen, I say, it is what it is. Let's get busy. I'm not saying I want it to happen, though.
Why?
But because it's gonna happen eventually, probably. I think some type of conflict will happen.
That doesn't tell me why you would support it if it did happen. Based on crime stats, we know that eventually, at some time in the next 24 hours, a woman will be raped. Right? It's much more frequent than that.
I hope not. But yes, it's statistically, yes, probably will.
Okay, so essentially what you're saying here is that, well, you're telling us that you'd support World War III because you just think eventually it's going to happen. So does this mean that you're going to support women getting raped because eventually a woman's going to get raped?
No, that's a horrible comparison.
Okay, well then you're just saying that eventually because you think World War III is going to happen does not explain why you would support it when it does happen.
Because, what you mean? If it's going to happen, I'm not saying I want it to happen. I'm just saying if it did, I say let's get it over with. Let's do it.
Okay,
But-
this is like saying, well, inevitably, when a woman gets raped in the next hour, because I think like a woman is raped every 60 seconds, then you'd say, oh, let's get it on with. Let's support the rapist, because let's just get it over with. Let's
No, but that's a
let's make
bad
sure that
thing,
they're
though.
getting raped, and then you move on, because it's bound to happen. Let's make sure that we're supporting World War III. Let's kill a bunch of people and move on, because it's bound to happen. Listen, just because you think something is bound to happen doesn't mean that you should support it when it does.
Yeah, but I mean, what you're using to compare it to is a lot worse.
Well, what I'm comparing here is just applying your logic in another scenario where, like, clearly your logic is absurd. All right, you're saying that this is not analogous because your logic leads to an outcome that you disagree with in the analogy. Okay, well, that's actually not an example of an ineffective analogy. That is a shining example of a great analogy. Also, will you enlist?
I'm in the military.
Are you ready to die for Israel?
No, that's another thing
Well, I mean, it's bound to happen, so I support it.
No,
but it's bound to happen. I support it.
No.
You're bound to die for Israel, so let's get it on. Let's get it on, dude. It's bound to happen. I support it.
When it comes to the Israel thing, yes, I do think something that I can't prove has happened. I don't know, but the demeanor that Trump's had or his like relationship with Israel has changed. I think.
Okay, real quick, you said that you do serve. What's your MOS?
I'm in the Navy. We don't have MOSs. We got ratings. I'm a mineman, but right now I'm recruiting.
Damn, he's being real. Okay, listen. I'm just going to be honest with you. The reason why you shouldn't support Trump's war in Iran is because it's achieved nothing in the slightest. All right? He said that he was able to achieve all of his objectives and able to achieve regime change. That was a straight up lie. The IRGC is still in charge. He lied about the regime change, and he lied about achieving all military objectives because there's been 0 objectives achieved. Not to mention, okay, the reason that he gave the American people insofar as why he started this war was also a lie. He said that he started this war because Iran is an imminent nuclear threat, even though our Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, testified in front of Congress to the fact that we completely destroyed their nuclear program months ago, and they haven't even tried to start rebuilding it since. All right, so now that we understand Trump lied about the motivations to start this war and has lied about the 2 things that he said we've achieved from this war, you should already by default just be hesitant of what the hell is going on. So then when we add on the second level of, well, the whole like fact that 160 girls have literally been killed in an elementary school from U.S. Tomahawk, we've bombed their civilian infrastructure, made it rain oil in the middle of the day in Tehran, leading to streets ablaze and massive fires. And the fact that this is now impacting the entirety of the world because in response, Iran has closed down the Strait of Hormuz, which has led to the sharpest increase in the price of gas since the Vietnam War in 1967. It's just not something that you should endorse, okay? What we need to endorse is diplomacy over war. And that's something that Obama was good at. That's something that Democrats have been a little bit better at than the Republicans. Okay, Obama was able to achieve a denuclearization agreement with Iran that prevented them from ever having the right to build nukes. Then in Donald Trump's first term, Donald Trump pulled us outside of that denuclearization agreement made by Obama, and he said that we need to greenlight Iran to build nukes. They need to have nukes. We need to get out of this agreement. They need to have nukes now, okay? Because that's essentially what the outcome of his action was. Okay, but now, a couple years later, after he ripped up that agreement of diplomacy, he's back to war to, quote-unquote, prevent them from having nukes, even though we were actually engaging in diplomacy in an attempt to re-achieve that ceasefire agreement because he realized he fucked up, the days before we started bombing them via pressure from Israel, not because negotiations were failing. So, I mean, just all in all, for these reasons and many others, such as the fact that every time we've gone to war in the Middle East, it's been really bad for us and really bad for them, it's not something you should support. Use your brain.
I mean, so, like, you make a good point, like, on certain things. However, I wouldn't say that none of our goals have been achieved because that's just not true.
Goals?
I mean, we've pretty much dismantled their entire Navy.
Okay, so then why is the Strait of Hormuz still closed?
Well, because, they have, what's it called? Still, they have other military assets other than the Navy. I mean,
okay, so their military assets have been able to prevent us from furthering our championship of the war. So in other words, what you're telling us is that we've been able to do something that hasn't had any material impact in the sense of furthering the cessation of the war. Got it.
I mean, yeah. I mean, the Straits of Hormuz aren't safe for.
Do you think that we've achieved regime change?
I I'm not too familiar with what's going on with the regime change and stuff, but
I mean, do you believe Trump? Because Trump claimed that we achieved regime change.
I don't know. And also, I want to say before anybody get crazy, my opinions are not the opinions of the Department of War or what I'm saying, the Department of Defense, the Navy. This is my personal opinion. So, but anyway, like I mean, even if you look at the like you said, it's horrible. War's not good for most people.
If war's not good, then why do you support the war?
No, I'm not saying it's not good. It's not good for most people that are involved. It's good. It might be beneficial overall for big picture in certain circumstances, but like you look at like the death tolls, like I mean there's like 3,000 people, 30 something hundred people that have died in Iran, like 2,600 that have died in Lebanon. We only got like 13 U.S. military deaths. So I mean,
that's more people than the amount that died in 9/11, right?
Yeah, it's a lot of people. Yes,
right. Because you kind of want to downplay the value that the lives of innocent men, women, and children in Iran and Lebanon have. But I mean, that death toll is quite equivalent, or maybe a little bit more than how many people we lost in 9/11. And now 9/11 is one of the biggest terror attacks in the history of this country that we talk about annually, and we should, by the way. Okay, but I think it's just weird for you to then turn around and say that it doesn't really matter when we killed just as much people as the death toll of 9/11, and say that it's not really too bad in the grand scheme of things. In fact, it's something you support.
No, I'm not saying the facts. No, that's what I'm saying. It's bad for most people, like including like the people that are no longer alive.
So why do you support it if it's bad for most people?
Because in the grand scheme of things, like I said,
what's going to be achieved in the grand scheme of things?
When you got Iran doing backdoor weapons deals with Russia, you got
if we don't take out the IRGC, then they're not going to stop doing backdoor deals with Russia, right? Like we can't stop other countries from having allyships with those that we don't like, and if we could, well then I don't think that Russia would be trying to enter into BRICS with other Eastern nations, right? We can't just stop other countries from being allies with our enemies. So the only way to stop Iran from being allies to our enemies is to eradicate the IRGC and plant our own leader. But probably 30 years in the future, they'd be overthrown by even more authoritarian regime than the IRGC. Because guess what? We've already tried that. It happened in the 50s.
Yeah, but look, the thing is, you got to look at it in like...
the thing is we got to look at it. Okay, how do we got to look at it?
I'm trying to tell you. So Iran doing backdoor weapons deals with Russia. We can't sit here when you got a country screaming, chanting death to America, and just stand back and let them get stronger. Because
when they say death to America, they're saying death to American imperialist policy that's hurt their country and the countries in the region. And that's a fine thing
I ain't never heard them say that. I heard them say death to America. They never went too deep into it. They just said death to America. If I said death to Dean, you wouldn't be thinking, I'm saying death to Dean's ideologies. No, you think I'm saying death to you. You know what I'm saying? Like,
okay, all right. Well, first and foremost, Dean is in a country. Okay. Second
I'm
of all,
using it as an example.
Second of all, we don't kill people. We don't kill innocent girls because their leader said death to America. That makes no fucking sense. Because quite frankly, when we kill innocent girls, then their leaders are only given more circumstantial rationale and justification for saying death to America, right? And like I'm not gonna say that the IRGC is good. They're terrible. They're terroristic. All right. But so is Saddam Hussein. What happened when we killed him? 20-year endless war that led to the deaths of over 1 million innocent Iraqis and Afghanis.
Yeah, like you said, he's terroristic.
So should we have killed Saddam Hussein?
Yeah, he was a bad man. He got to go.
So we should have started the war in the Middle East?
Starting wars and going in there for one specific target is two different things. I mean, that's
we went in there for one specific target, and then it led to the war in the Middle East. So did you support the war in the Middle East, yes or no?
I support killing Saddam Hussein.
But did you support the war in the Middle East?
I might not agree with the 20-year drawn-out war.
So we shouldn't have entered into the Middle East in the early 2000s, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So we should have entered into the Middle East in the early 2000s and started that war? Which one? Be clear.
I just told you. I support killing of Saddam Hussein.
But that's not the question that I asked you. The question that I asked you was, should we have started the war in the Middle East, or should we not have started the war in the Middle East? Can you give me a clear answer?
If you'd let me answer, you'd have one.
Perfect. Go ahead.
I do not believe that the war should have been drawn out for 2 decades and theoretically achieved nothing. However, I do think bad people have done bad things and they needed to pay for it, and we did achieve. That's one goal we did achieve. Now, do I think it was worth it? I don't know. It's not up for me to decide. I do support going in there to get Osama bin Laden, Saddam Hussein.
What I'm asking you is to decide. Because these two things aren't mutually exclusive. They go hand in hand with one another. We took out Saddam Hussein. It destabilized the region. That led to violent civil war. Our continued involvement continued to destabilize the region. Okay, that led to the deaths of a whole shit ton of American servicemen and women. I am asking you to evaluate the outcomes of our actions in the Middle East in the early 2000s. Were they worth it? Should we have done them? And if you can't answer this question, I'm just going to call you a coward and move on, because it doesn't seem like you want to debate because you can't pick a lane.
What do you mean? But I can pick a lane. My lane is that
did the ends justify the means? Do you think what inevitably occurred in the Middle East, all the outcomes that I've already described, 20 years of endless war, justified going into the Middle East in the first place or not?
No.
Okay, so we shouldn't have been at war in the Middle East then. So why should we be at war in the Middle East now?
No,
You've said that it's because of the grand picture of like them screaming death to America. I don't care that they say death to America as it is relevant to then starting a war in Iran, threatening to genocide every single one of their civilians, killing their innocent girls, and ultimately achieving nothing, right? But hurting the entirety of the globe.
Look, I could say, just because I don't think that the outcome was what I would like it to be. Like that's the reason I would say no. But I still would say that I would support it. Like, if I could go back in time and they say, hey, we want to go get this guy and this guy, I'm all for it. But
okay, you're contradicting yourself. You're contradicting yourself now. I thought that we'd put in bow in the conversation about the first war in the Middle East, because you said ultimately it's not something that we should have done. But now you're completely reverting back on that answer, and you're saying now you're all for it. I've tried to have a continued conversation and dialogue with you about the war in Iran. At this point, I'm going to drop you because you're an incoherent mess. And I hope you have a good rest of your day. Please do think your positions out a little bit before the midterms, because you have a lot of things internally that you need to figure out. Okay, you can't go from saying that we shouldn't have gone to war in the Middle East at all, and then 30 seconds later, when I make a connection between the first war in the Middle East and what we're doing in Iran today, then backtrack and say that you were actually all for the war. All right, you're an ideological, incoherent mess. Somebody in the chat said that made sense to you. You're lying. Contradictions can't make sense to anybody. Somebody cannot simultaneously affirm that we should have gone to war and we shouldn't have gone to war. This is like saying that squared circles make sense to you. Squared circles don't make sense to anybody because squared circles are contradictory. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only op inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We got Bram loading into the box. Omega, thank you so much for the $20 over on Chat Super. I really appreciate you so much for that love. Omega with the 20 says, I think that a lot of quote-unquote patriots have a hard time understanding that the USA are the bad guys sometimes. No, I agree with you. It's just American propaganda. That's how it goes. I mean, so many people are convinced that America is a good guy in every scenario, but that's certainly not true. I appreciate you so much for the $20, Omega. But then a lot of other people, I will say this is also an issue, is when we can reliably conclude that America is a bad guy in a scenario, that they then automatically assume that the enemy of America is a good guy when that's not true, okay? Just because America has done bad things doesn't mean that North Korea is good. It doesn't mean that Russia is good. It doesn't mean that the Soviet Union was good. It doesn't mean that Stalin was an icon, all right? We need to keep those things in mind too. Guys, please go ahead and hop inside of that queue if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I would really appreciate you guys so much for hopping inside of that queue if you're MAGA. We're going to try to find that next guest right now. Hopefully we'll find a guest that won't just walk back they just said and contradict them. Somebody in the chat is telling me that I don't understand because I argued contradictions can't be true. I'm sorry, I just recommend learning the rules of logic. It cannot simultaneously be a good thing for us to go to war and a bad thing for us to go to war. Clearly, when he says, on one hand, we should not have gone to war in the Middle East, but then on the other hand, less than 10 seconds later, quote unquote, I was all for going to war in the Middle East. Those two statements are contradictory. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, sorry. I just got to the gym. I was planning on doing this a little earlier. Can I come back after I'm working
Yeah,
out?
of course. No worries. You're good. You're good. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Ricky connecting. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello? Ricky is not here. Guys, we're running a little bit short on MAGA today. I'm going to continue to try my best to find a debate here, but it doesn't look like it's really working out too well. So do just give us a moment while we continue to try. Lauren, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Howdy, yes I do.
What time is it?
6 o'clock.
All right, Lauren, you're trolling. Please don't troll the stream. We just want some genuine debates. Let's go to get that next guest, Joseph Mark, loaded up into the box. Also, W1 million likes. Let's go. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, you're clearly another troll. Guys, please stop trolling so we could have real debates. It's really annoying when you troll because then you delay real debates. Dude, oh my God, Crow, thank you so much for the $100 over on Super Chat. I appreciate you so much for that love, Crow. Please show some love to Crow down below because that is incredibly kind of you, my friend. Holy fucking shit. Thank you, Crow. Crow with $100 says, I caught up with your recent VODs and you deserve all the love and support you get, plus more for all that you do. Also, I hope that you have a great night with your grandparents. Well, thank you, Crow. That is an insane amount of love that I personally don't think I will ever deserve or have ever deserved. But just know that from the bottom of my heart, I really appreciate you so much. Love, all the love in the world to you, Crow, and just thank you for the insane donation. Thank you, Crow. Show some love to Crow down below. Welcome in, Scott. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, kind of, but yes, enough to debate you for sure.
Okay, if the election was held tomorrow between Harris and Trump, knowing everything that you do now, who would you vote for?
That's a tough choice, my brother. I would probably still pick Trump, but you're right. Trump hasn't been the best as far as
you're in the right place.
He has been a lot better than you make him out to be. I think that's the key with you. I think, like how you just listed off all your donations, all the money you're making, are you putting that back into things you believe in? Maybe like freeing Palestine or donations to the Democratic Party or supporting homeless people. What do you do with all these donations and these finances that you make off these lives?
None of your business.
But we're all your people, man. You're here every day preaching your gospel to all these people.
So just because I choose to share some aspects,
right?
Well, I do feel like I have obligations to do good things, but I don't feel like I have an obligation to share those good things with you.
But you are doing good things. That's all I want to know.
None of your business.
Okay, that's fine.
I just think that pocket watching is a little bit weird. Even though it's one moment,
you do this every
one moment, even though it's none of your business. One moment. Even though it's none of your business, I don't mind sharing that. Yeah, I do donate some of my income, and I make sure to do good things when I can. But like I said, like genuinely, it's like none of your business. Like I think that, many people on the internet develop this kind of like parasocial relationship with people because you do see a lot from me. All right. And I spend 4 hours of my life every single day. On the internet, like talking to people. You learn more about me. You see like this massive, importantly part of my life. Okay. But just because you see this like massively important part of my life so much, so frequently, like doesn't mean that all of a sudden I have some type of obligation to share with you my bank account record. Like that doesn't make any sense.
That's understandable. No one wants your bank account record. I just want to know that what you're preaching is true to your self-worth, not just your internet personality. What you do off screen is huge, and the way you talk and how passionate you are about politics and about Trump and helping people, and he's the worst person in the world.
Yeah.
I just want to know that
I don't have
something
sure.
good.
Sure, I don't have an obligation in the slightest to share any details about my personal life outside of my live stream with you or anybody for that matter, right? That's the point that I'm trying to communicate here. Like ultimately, what I do off screen is my personal life, and you don't have an obligation to any information about my personal life. But I mean, you could use
politics. That is the most personal thing you could really get into, right? Like,
yeah, even though I talk about politics, doesn't mean that there's some type of obligation that I have to share with you the personal aspects of my life. And you can like insinuate like whatever you want.
They want to know you're a good person behind the camera too.
Well, just because people want to know things. So just because people want to know something doesn't mean that they have an obligation to know that thing.
Okay, understandable. Yeah, I can see that.
And the only reason why I'm going so hard and just like telling you that's none of your business is because the first thing that you said when you came up here is like asking me about how I spend my money,
because I was sitting for 5 minutes waiting while you read off 1,000 donations from people. I
actually have another couple thousand donations to read off.
Exactly.
Shelby,
Yeah,
thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. Yeah, I'm just gonna thank a couple people here real quick. Thank you so much, Shelby. Dude, please show some up to Shelby down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for the $50. I want to see 500 Shelby W's. Shelby with a 50 says, was listening to the VODs from the past couple days while I drive home, but just found out that you're paid by the SPLC, have soft pink lips, and Kamala Harris said white people shouldn't be able to vote. Oh, you watched the VOD from the day before yesterday, Shelby. That was nuts. Thank you so much for the $50. I appreciate you, Shelby. Show some love to Shelby in that chat. That's insane. Same thing to Sana. That is SANAA. Sana with the $10 says, thank you for educating people. I appreciate you. I try my best, Sana. Same thing to Michael. Thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Michael, I'm going to keep your message to myself, but let me know what platform you DM'd me on. I'll happily check it out. That is an incredibly kind donation. Please do show some love to Michael down below in that chat for the $50. Holy moly, you guys are being so kind. Thank you. And Mary, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Says, I hope that you enjoy the time with your grandparents. Thank you, Mary. It's good to see you. You've been watching forever. Just know that I really love and appreciate you, dude. Show some love to Mary down below with Michael and Shelby. Xavier, thank you for the $10, who says, I'm a U.S. Capitol Police officer. Trust me, J6 was not overblown. Yeah, oh, geez. I hope that, you're good. The U.S. Capitol Police officers got, fucked on J6. Truly, dude. And then Peter, thank you so much for the $40 donation on Venmo. Thank you, Peter. You guys are going crazy today. Thank you so much. Let's get 400 Peter W's. Thank you, man. Peter with a 40 says, I'm so sick of hearing, well, quote unquote, I don't agree with everything that he does, end quote. That's just a passive aggressive bullshit way of saying I'm accepting the evil that he does. So infuriating to hear. I agree. It grinds my gears a little bit. It pisses me off, to be honest, as well, Peter. And then Abby, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. I appreciate you, Abby. That is ABI. Show some love to Abby. And then Ashton with the $10. I appreciate you so much, Ashton. And I'll check out Pendleton. You got that, Ashton. And then Amanda, thank you for the $10 for quote unquote none of Scott's business. JP with the $20, who says, where's this guy putting his money? I know, we need to investigate his bank account at once. Thank you for the $20, JP. Show some love to JP. And then Hannah, thank you so much for the $20, who says, Dean, you gave me hope after the election that there were still intelligent, caring people out there that were not lost. Oh, I'm so happy that I could give you some help, Hannah. And it's so good to see that you're still tuning in, considering the fact that the election was a year ago. Thank you for being here. Show some love to Hannah. And Peter just dropped another $100 donation on Venmo. Oh my God, Peter, fucking hell. Thank you so much for the love, Peter. Dude, I want to see 1,000 Peter W's down below in that chat. Peter with a $100 said that this is for Dean Withers to do whatever the fuck he wants with it. And I'm 100% okay with that. I support Dean, not what Dean does with his money. Well, dude, Peter, thank you so very much for the love and support. You've been supporting me for a long time. Just know that you are still the fucking GOAT, dude. All right, show some love to the GOAT, Peter, down below. Show some love to all the donors. Seriously, you guys, I appreciate y'all so very much. Holy shit. But, even though I was telling that last guest that it's none of his business, I try to do good things with my money. And I'll always try to do good things with my money. I appreciate you guys so much for all the love and support. Show some massive love to all the donors, because that is genuinely insane. Thank you guys so much. We still have a couple of people to thank over on PayPal, but before we do, let's go and try to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box. Finn, hello, do you support Trump?
Linker checkpoint, linker checkpoint, linker checkpoint, linker checkpoint.
That guy. That motherfucker comes in here every day. What's going on, cooking lefties? Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Okay, how do you?
32.
Josh?
Dean?
Why do you have all
What's
these
up,
alt
buddy?
accounts that you try to go on to find your way into my live stream?
Again, the same one, bro. It's the same one. I just wait 7 days, change the name and shit.
So every 7 days you change it, so then you confuse me into bringing you up on the live stream?
Don't let me up on any of my other accounts. I have no idea why.
Well, I can tell you why. We've had like 10 billion debates, and every single time
Yeah, so
they're
why are
pretty
you
insufferable.
running, bro?
Well, I guess you could say that in every other debate that I've had with you, it's really been insufferable, and I could prove it. For example, it took me 3 hours worth of debates with you in order to convince you that the 14th Amendment gives birthright citizenship to the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil.
You still weren't able to prove that.
Even though I proved it to the extent that I
prove it?
changed your mind.
You never changed my mind on that. What are you talking about? I still talk about it today. And then you
Oh,
go
you
into
used
my
to-
lives, and then you comment. And you don't
used
come
to run
up.
the argument. Before me, you ran the argument that the children born to undocumented immigrants aren't protected under the 14th. After
Yeah,
me,
I
you
still
started
agree
running
with
the
that.
argument. No, because after me, you started running the argument that we just need to get rid of the 14th and amend it so they don't have that protection.
Yeah, I just changed the wording on my prompt. It doesn't mean that I still that I don't think that.
So then
it doesn't mean I changed my mind. It just meant I changed the wording to add the prompt.
If you don't think that the children born to undocumented immigrants are protected under the 14th, then why would we need to amend the 14th?
Exactly. It brings conversation to the table. That's why I have prompts on my TikTok lives, buddy.
So you don't actually think that we need to amend it?
No, I actually think that it already doesn't include illegal aliens' children.
So then why do you say that we need to amend it?
To confuse people.
Yeah, which is why I'm not going to do another debate with you if you're admitted to being a bad faith interlocutor that doesn't say things because you think that they're true, but rather because you want to quote unquote confuse people. Get off my fucking live, bro. We got the legit. By the way, I want to make this clear. Okay, that's legitimately grifting. Okay, that is like no joke. Grifting. Okay, grifting is when you misrepresent your beliefs to like get some type of value in exchange, such as like money or influence. Okay, and what it seems like Josh is saying is that he misrepresents his beliefs, so then he gets like more attention through the shock factor. You know? So I don't know. Either that, or he was just too egotistical to admit that I did prove him wrong, and he adopted a new belief that we need to amend the 14th. Welcome in, Dylan. Do you support Trump?
Not really, if I'm being honest.
Super base. We're just looking for Trump supporters today. Let's go ahead and get that next guest loaded up into the box. We got Timothy loading up in Super base. We got a couple people to thank over on PayPal. Dude, thank you so much, CCS, for the $10. CCS, it's good to see you again today. I know that you've been watching for a while. You've been tuning in. And I just read your message. Thank you so much for your kind words. I'm so happy that you find value in the live stream. Same thing to you, Alyssa. Thank you for the $15, who says you did an amazing debating the idiot mom and son duo yesterday. I could never tell Mama I said hey. Oh my God, they were terrible, Alyssa. Thank you for the $15. Same thing to Amanda. Thank you for the $10, who says, hey, my daughter introduced me to your content, and I'm so glad that she did. I'm here for your good work / pointers. Keep going, and much love. Much love to you, Amanda, and shout out to your daughter. She sounds awesome. Ronald, thank you so much for the $20, who says, oh, my birthday was on April 23rd. Well, happy late birthday, Ronald. Ronald, I hope that you had a good day, and I appreciate you for being here. And thank you so very much for the $20 donation. We have two more here, one from Samantha and one from Emma. Samantha and Emma, I appreciate the two of you guys both for the $20 as well. I want to see 200 W's for Samantha, Emma, Ronald, and all the other donors. Thank you guys so much. Samantha with the 20 says, this is going to be put towards something completely frivolous and selfish. I'm going to spend it on booze. And then Emma with the $20 says, hey, Dina, I'm from Australia, but I really enjoy watching your lives, and I love what you do. Oh, thank you. I'm going to spend that at the casino. Thank you guys so much for the love and support. Timothy, what's up, man? Do you support Trump?
Not much, man. How are you today?
I'm doing all right. When you say not much, was that in response to how are you, or was that in response to do you support Trump?
Oh, I support Trump.
Oh, Timothy, you shouldn't support him.
That's not right, is it?
If you know it's not right to support him, then why do you?
Well, I actually support myself. I don't really support other people like you. You know what I'm saying?
Why don't you support me, Timothy?
Why would I support somebody that bashes all people?
Well, because sometimes people need bashing on.
They do?
Yeah, are you a Christian?
No.
Okay, well, I mean, even Jesus had some tables to flip in the temple, so...
Really?
You know, it looks like the quote-unquote most perfect human that's ever lived even did a little bit of bashing, so why is it a problem when I do it?
Why did he flip the tables?
Well, because he was bashing on them. They're doing bad things. Weren't they, like trying to, sell away into heaven at the steps of the temple? Profit off of the followers of the faith?
They were?
I think so.
Oh, I'll be darned. Man, you're smart. So anyway... Back to what we're talking about, Trump. So the 14th Amendment with illegal aliens, correct? You have illegal aliens. Now, what is the law on illegal?
So the 14th Amendment does not give birthright citizenship.
Just a second.
Okay.
Illegal anything, okay? Illegal anything. What does that mean to you? If it's illegal alien,
really,
Dean, you could be illegal. What does that mean?
Are you asking me what you mean when you say illegal alien? Well, I think that you mean to just use a really derogatory and dehumanizing phrase to refer to humans because you're indifferent to empathy. But, I use a phrase undocumented immigrant, and that means somebody that is in the country illegally.
Illegal, whatever. Okay. So what does that mean to you then?
I just told you.
Something? Are they breaking the law?
Yeah, they're breaking the law.
They are. Right? You just said
Yeah.
it?
Yeah.
Okay. So what law are they breaking?
I forget which part of the U.S. code it is. I used to know it. I don't know it anymore.
You should know it. I don't know it, but you should know it because you preach it about every day.
I think that it's like 8 USC code something.
So they do break the law.
1356, something like that.
So it's okay to break the law.
Well, I mean, in many scenarios, it is definitely morally permissible to break the law. Like, I don't think that you're doing anything morally wrong by jaywalking or going 2 miles over the posted speed limit.
Okay. So they post something that is supposed to be for your safety, correct? So what is Donald Trump doing that's so bad about enforcing what the law is supposed to be?
Sure. Well, because first and foremost, I think that the enforcement mechanisms that exist on the book, i.e. deportation, is bad for us and bad for them because it only hurts us and hurts them. But then there's something unique, about Trump's mass deportation. Because he's been illegally deporting people with no due process to a place in El Salvador where they've been getting beaten and tortured.
You say that a lot, but how does that hurt them?
How does getting illegally deported in violation of your constitutional natural rights then beaten and tortured hurt them? That one should be self-explanatory.
Go back to their country.
Okay. Well, first and foremost, for many of them, CCOT isn't their home, right? And torture's not what they grew up with, so it's definitely not just going back to the way they lived before.
Have you been over there?
Well, I do think I know that people are not born and raised in prisons where they're tortured.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, in other countries, correct?
So then you're not talking about the claim that I made?
We're talking about countries. If you send people back to their countries, you support their country, that is a bad thing?
Yeah, I do think that mass deportation is bad.
Oh, okay. Well, that's okay. But that's
so,
why
I mean, I could describe to you why mass deportation is bad. It really hurts us, first and foremost.
I don't really care about what you say.
Okay.
Because
well, you shouldn't care about what I think. You should care about what the facts say. And I'm just simply trying to communicate to you what the facts say.
I know. You preach it every day.
Well, then you should already know the facts, but apparently you don't. So are you willfully ignorant or stupid?
I'm ignorant and stupid.
Oh, well, this is a wombo combo, dude. Probably, makes sense why you'd vote for a rapist.
Yeah. Oh, now you're bringing up the rapist thing. That's awesome. To bring up the rapist thing. How many people in this country are rapists?
What, the percentage of people that are rapists?
Yeah. Yep.
Well, more than it should be, because nobody should be a rapist.
Yeah, but you talk about it a lot. So how many people are actually rapists?
I don't know the exact percentage of the people in this country that are rapists. Where are you going with this?
Oh, you always say he is a rapist.
I do say that he's a rapist.
You point out one person that is supposedly the president of the United States, right? You didn't do it with Biden. You didn't do it with Obama.
Because Biden wasn't a rapist. Because Obama wasn't a rapist.
How do you know that?
Well, because we have no reason to believe that they were rapists. We can't just basically assume that people are rapists when we have no evidence.
Well, yeah, that's what you're saying, because you said that about Trump.
No, because we do have evidence that Trump is a rapist. Incorrect.
Okay, we do have somewhat, correct? It's somewhat, it's not really factual, even
Incorrect.
though you like it's factual because it was done under the law in the court system, which you don't actually really think about is right or wrong.
So I definitely do think that we have enough evidence. Okay, I could give it to you if you'd like it.
No, I know about it. You said he goes into the girls' locker rooms at the blah, blah, blah stuff and checks out naked ladies.
Well, that's one thing he did. Are you saying that we don't have enough evidence to believe he did that?
Well, I don't know. I have no idea.
Oh, well, I'll help you out here, buddy. He admitted to it.
I appreciate it.
He admitted to it. He admitted you can listen to him admit to it. How about we just go to take a listen to that right now, my friend? You know, thank you so much for coming up here. I'm so happy that I could help you out. It really does seem like you're a little bit lost, and you know I'm happy that we could help you find your way here. So let's just go ahead and play the clip for this fool of Donald Trump admitting to sexual exploitation. This will be a whole lot of fun.
I
Here.
appreciate you greatly because you are the man.
Of course, here we go.
Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, you know, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. You know, I'm inspecting.
Right,
I want to make sure that
you're like
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
How's that for evidence?
That's amazing. I would love to be in there. I'm a guy. I would love to see beautiful women naked. Wouldn't you like to see beautiful ladies naked?
Timothy.
There's something wrong with that? You must hate having people actually think like a man and say, yes, that would be great to see some beautiful naked ladies, because there are a lot of them out there, right? So that's bad. See, I'm racking up your points. That's awesome for you. That's fantastic. You're doing
Timothy,
a good job.
Is it wrong to look at women's naked bodies when you don't have their consent?
If they're in a pageant, they know what they're involved in, I would think. If you're changing your clothes in front of people, which there's probably a lot of gay guys in there doing the same thing.
So is the answer to that question not always?
What's that?
You're saying it's not always wrong to look at a woman's naked body when you don't have their consent?
What does that have to do with anything? I don't.
What does consent have to do with anything?
If
So you just think that consent is completely
lady.
irrelevant towards engaging in sexual actions, like looking at somebody, touching somebody?
It's like now you're talking about something different. You're not just saying naked ladies.
Okay, so you
what's
just think
that?
that consent is
Talking
irrelevant
about rape.
when you want to look at people when they're naked. So you don't think that you need somebody's consent to look at them naked, right?
Who would do that?
It
Who would
sounds
say,
like you
"Oh,
was.
I'm gonna
Sounds like you have.
I give you permission to see me naked."
Well, I
Who's
mean,
gonna say
Timothy,
that?
you just got done saying that what Trump described there sounds great and something that you'd like to do yourself.
Well, it would
Okay.
be
Well, he
not-
was looking at their
well,
naked
you
bodies without their
wouldn't
consent.
like to see it. You wouldn't see that. You
I
wouldn't
wouldn't-
go in there and see that if you
No,
could.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't
No,
sexually
I
exploit
don't
people.
wanna see
No.
beautiful women naked.
Well,
You wouldn't say- you wouldn't
well,
do that.
first and foremost, I don't want to see beautiful women naked. I want to see a beautiful woman naked sometimes. That beautiful woman being my partner. Okay.
Okay.
Right. I have no desire to look at anybody else while they're naked. Okay. But assume I was a single dude and I desired to engage in sexual conduct with women since I'm straight. Well, I definitely wouldn't desire to do so unconsensually. No, I wouldn't want to just barge into a woman's dressing room and look at all the people inside
So
when
you're
they don't
saying
have
that's
clothes
what
on.
Donald Trump did. You're saying
Yeah,
that's
I
what
am
Donald
saying that's what Donald Trump did. Yes.
And you know that for sure.
Yes.
You-
Because that's
you
what he
know
said.
that
I mean, he
Donald
said he'd
Trump-
just barge into their private dressing room where there's no men around while they're naked and getting dressed, and he'd look at them and they look great, and he'd get away with it. That's describing himself abusing his position of power as the owner of the pageant to barge into the dressing rooms to then look at the naked women inside with no consent. And that's what the women said too, by the way.
Okay. So they still went through with it, correct?
They still went through with the pageant. We don't know that. No.
How do you know?
Well, I'm saying we don't know that. You can't posit the claim that all these women and girls went through the pageant. I mean, can you please prove to me that every single pageant woman and girl that was at the pageant one year where we know Donald Trump sexually exploited them came back the next?
I have no idea.
Right, so then you can't say that we do know that they came back. Also, even if they did come back, all right, like, I mean, maybe I'd say that's not like a intelligent decision to make necessarily, but that doesn't mean that all of a sudden the fact that Donald Trump sexually exploited them is nullified and it's no longer bad. right?
Or-
Like I feel like in so many scenarios, the first thought of the heinous predatorial MAGA man is to find a way to victim blame. In this scenario, you're saying, well, if the victims of the sexual exploitation came back, well, then they are to blame for their sexual exploitation because they put themselves in the scenario that then led to the outcome. All right, well, I mean, this is like saying that a woman put herself in a scenario to be date raped by going to the bar to meet the other dudes. This is like saying that I put myself in a scenario to be stolen from by driving my car in the wrong part of town after sundown. I mean, this is like, you saying that Donald Trump put himself in a position to be shot in the ear because he decided to run for president and do a rally outside. Right? Do you believe that? Do you believe that Donald Trump is to blame for the attempted assassination attempt on his life from Thomas Crooks because he ran for president the first time? He acknowledged that there's a possible threat of assassination attempts, yet he still chose to come back and try it again? Can you blame Donald Trump for the assassination attempt on his life? Or is this just logic that you use to victim blame women and girls when Donald Trump sexually exploits them?
I believe there's people out there that actually hate Donald Trump like you do, that want to see him hurt, even though he is the president, maybe not in your eyes, but they want to see him hurt. And that's
the only person here who wants to see Donald Trump hurt is you. You want to see him hurt others. I mean, you just got done victim blaming the women and girls that he sexually exploited.
I did. I said all that.
Yeah, you victim blamed them. You said, well, did they come back? Who cares? It's irrelevant to the evaluation on the proposition that they were sexually exploited.
No, they weren't sexually exploited. He just went in and got to see beautiful naked ladies.
Yeah, and when you get to see quote unquote beautiful naked ladies by barging into their dressing rooms, by abusing your position of power to then abuse their vulnerability, you're sexually exploiting them. That's unconsensual sexual conduct.
That is a contract that they sign, under the contract that they sign as being in part of that.
Legal contracts in America, they can never allow one person absolute autonomy over the body of another. And that's illegal. Absolute autonomy is a concept in which is strictly banned by the law. Right? In the same way you can't sign a contract with somebody to just have sex with them literally whenever you want, you can't sign a contract with a woman just to barge into their dressing room and look at their naked body literally anytime they want. That is a legal premise, and which has been outlawed for a long time. Right? That's not something that could uphold in a legal contract. But I mean, I just think it's quite silly that you're making this claim because have you read the contracts?
No, I haven't.
Then how would you know that's in the contract?
It probably would be.
Oh, how do you know that? Because you want to find a way to attempt to excuse Donald Trump's disgusting behavior?
You're right. That's what I'm trying to do.
I could tell Tim. I could tell Tim, and maybe it's because if you were to condemn Donald Trump's behavior in this sense, you'd be condemning yourself. And this is going back into your very first statement where you said, oh, he's just looking at them naked. I'd do that. I'd look at them. Maybe you have.
Oh, I have. I've been in all of them. It's pretty sad, isn't it?
Are you attempting to be satirical?
I'm not attempting to do anything. Satirical. That's a big word.
So you're being honest with us? You actually have? Yeah. You actually have barged into women's dressing rooms? Was that a joke, Tim, or were you being honest?
Is that any of your business? Are you my priest? Are you my pastor? Do I need to come to you for forgiveness? You're Dean Withers. You're a god. You are a god.
Tim, have you raped somebody?
Yes, I have a lot of people.
How many?
That's pretty sad, isn't it? 25. Are you going to call the FBI?
Were any of them kids?
No.
You just raped women?
Are you thinking about that now that you raped 25 kids? That's kind of scary, Dean. Were any of those kids? Are you?
we're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest. You know, I try to stay in a good mood for these live streams. You know, we started not even an hour ago, and if you've been watching since the start, you know, you probably saw me in a really good mood. But I mean, just look at how fast that mood could be killed with people like that. But my main priority here isn't even my own mental health and well-being. For all the victims that are watching right now, I'm so sorry that you had to listen to that. For all the women and girls that are watching right now, I'm so sorry that you had to hear that. That is so disgusting. And probably one of the best counter-arguments against the universalism of the First Amendment. Maybe it is okay to criminalize some speech. Not all speech, just some. And I think if it was okay to criminalize some speech, that would probably fall under that category. You can't just say that you rape people. You can't just, dude. The fact that somebody could just say that and walk free, you know.
Hello, Dean. Hello, Dean.
Age, please.
14.
Yeah, that is a kid. We're gonna get that next guest loaded up into the box. By the way, bro. Oh my goodness. If you're watching and you want to support me, you want to support the stream, you want to support us to allow us to continue to do this for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, or if you want to help pay for my fucking therapy, I'm so clearly going to need, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok.
You do need
message
therapy, Dean.
Super
you
chat or Liam, how did you get here?
I manifested here. And then you ran from me constantly. Oh. Well, I guess it was meant to be.
Well, you condemn the last guest that said that he raped 25 women?
Somebody said that they raped 25 women?
Yeah, the last guest. You heard him. You've been watching for a while.
I did not hear it. I was out of the app. I did not hear that. Yes, I'll condemn that. Yes, absolutely.
I'm surprised, Liam. You know, I blacklisted you from my live a while ago.
That's you only bring me up when you have Santana up here to make yourself look not like you're not racist. But whatever. Why have you
were so obsessed?
Me?
You were so obsessed with black men. Do you?
No, I'm
do you
not.
like?
I just kind of find
I have a question. Did like a black man like steal your ex or something? Like that had to have happened because you are so obsessed with black men. Okay, so here's my thoughts. Alpha Chad
Stop
Black
muting
Eye.
me. I'm not interrupting.
Stole your ex-wife. She divorced you and left. She said, Liam, I don't want you anymore. Okay, then you check her Facebook 6 months later, and she's posted up with the most beautiful black dude alive. All right? That I think that's what happened to you, Liam, because you are genuinely so obsessed with black men. So obsessed with them. So obsessed.
Can I?
You know what?
Can I answer to that? Can I answer to that?
Let me. I was looking at this on Twitter the other day. Yeah. Go ahead, bud. Let me try to find this.
So I don't have a whole lot of exes. I just never really, I wasn't one of those all my exes live in Texas kind of guys, And if I did have an ex and she bailed on me with, a person of, more melanin in their skin.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! No way! No fucking shot! It happened! It actually happened!
What are you talking about? What happened?
So this is like something that's actually happened to you?
No, I said.
Is that you, Liam?
What is going on?
Is this a picture of you, Liam?
Wow, that's a Picasso. I think.
I mean, it's like, is this you? Is it?
Is that it's got to be, man. It's a Picasso for sure.
I don't know. It's just a picture of you. It looks like.
Yeah, it's depicting the stupidity that you constantly.
It's depicting
bring
your
to
stupidity that you constantly bring to the live. I know. That's so true. That's so true.
Why would it matter? Wait. Why would it matter if a black man took one of my exes from me or something? Why is that even a conversation?
Is that what your therapist has been asking you for the last 5 years?
You call me boy constantly when I come up here. So
wait, I think that like
would you call a black man boy when he comes up on your panel?
Did a black man steal your ex-wife?
Answer the question, Dean.
No, the answer is no. But did a black man steal your ex-wife from you?
You a hypocrite? You can use the N-word only in certain occasions, or what?
Oh, dude, this guy's really getting mad. So first and foremost,
No.
I accused him of being obsessed with
Muting
black
now.
man because a black man like stole his ex-wife from him, and then he went on to say, well, theoretically, if that did happen, and now he's saying, well, maybe it did happen, and he hasn't denied it once. I legitimately will you deny that
Yes, I
a
will
black man
absolutely
stole your
deny it.
ex-wife?
I've only been married once. I've never had an ex that was taken by a black person.
Could you just turn on your camera so we could see your nose to make sure it's not grown like Pinocchio?
This is you debating or what?
No, it's me fucking bullying you. I'm not going to debate you, Liam. Right? Because legitimately, every single time you join my live, you're so obsessed with black men. You inevitably just start engaging and so clearly racist dog whistles. So, until a day comes when you are able to not be so racist, right? I don't really want to debate you. You're weird as fuck, dude. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Welcome into You Sport Trump.
Absolutely not, but can you post your Cash App or Venmo?
Sure,
I'd like to make a donation. You're the best, bro.
Oh, that's very kind of you, man. I appreciate you for your kindness. Yeah, you can actually find the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree in the bio on TikTok. Pen message over on the other place, and Dean Withers without the Dean Withers right there. All right, let's go to try to get the next guest loaded up inside of the box. We got VR loading in, folks. We got VR loading in. That's very kind of that last guest. Thank you so much, man. It's very, very kind of you. Let's go to try to find that next guest right now. Only hop inside of that queue if you are MAGA. We got Carl loading up in. Jay Blade, thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat. Amanda, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, who says, I had a bumper sticker that said, stop joking about rape, and my car was keyed and that sticker was ripped off. Oh my God. Yeah, what a fucking world we live in. Ashley, I appreciate you for the $25 on Venmo. Please do show some love to Ashley down below. Thank you so much for that love, Ashley. Carl?
Hey, buddy, what's going on?
Can you disconnect? Bluetooth?
Hello, are you there?
Disconnect Bluetooth?
Sorry, man. You hear me?
Test?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
There you go, Carl.
How you doing, dude?
I'm doing all right. Give me one moment to thank a couple people, then I'll pass that mic to you. Once again, this is from Ashley with the $25 donation on Venmo. Thank you so very much for the love and support, Ashley. Ashley with the 25 says, I played with Joe Exotic's Tigers when I lived in Oklahoma. I wouldn't approach this man without my friend, who is a high-profile armed security guard. I appreciate you for the $25, Ashley. That guy was a really big red flag. Fussy, thank you for the $7. It's good to see you. And Tacey with the $10, who says, why do people not see you making money by going live as a legit job? Well, because my job is likely easier than many other jobs. So because their job is harder, they don't think that I have a real job. But I acknowledge that what I do is much easier than more common jobs. But yeah, that doesn't mean it's not a job. Then Ella, I appreciate you for the $5. Thank you. I'm sorry. Logan, thank you for the $5 as well. He says, looking big, bro. When are we getting some gym content? Hopefully soon. I'm gonna bulk up a little bit more, but once I think I'm looking pretty dang good, I'll probably start another account for gym content. That's been on my radar for a while. And Jasmine, oh my God, thank you, Jasmine, for the $50 donation. I want to see 500 Jasmine W's down below in that comment section. I really appreciate you. My God. Jasmine with a 50 says, hey, Dean, hope you're doing good. Cook these MAGA fools from Jazz and Ian. Jazz and Ian, you guys, I love you to death. One of my favorite couples on here for sure. I think I told that to you last time when Ian stopped by. Huge shout out to Jazz and Ian. All the love in the world to you too. Thank you so very much for the $50 donation. That is huge. That is very, very kind. Same thing to you, Serena. Thank you for the $5. Will you please run for president when you're of age? I don't know. Caitlin with the $10 who says, does this guest also think that Trump should have had disclosed his tax record? You're referring to a hypocrite from earlier? I doubt so. And Amanda with the $10 for none of Scott's business. Yes, Scott was the hypocrite. On PayPal, thank you, Taylor, for the $10 who says, please read this out loud as a victim. Whether it's a joke or not, it is sickening, and I'm glad you kicked him because he doesn't deserve a platform for his stupidity. Much love from England. Yeah, regardless if he was joking or not, it was really wrong. I don't think it's okay to joke about rape, okay? And I wish that we could all agree. James, I appreciate you for the $12 donation. Show some love to James in that chat. Jessica, thank you for the $10 who says, hey, Dean, just wanted to tell you as a Portugal individual living in Switzerland, much love to you. Have a wonderful evening. Ooh, I would love to check out Switzerland one of these days. I bet you're living the high life. And then Tasa, T-A-S-A, thank you for the $10 who says, just found you today, but thank you for being such a refreshing presence to listen to. Thank you, Tasha. I appreciate you. And with that, we're actually all caught up. If you guys do want to support me once again, you can find the Venmo PayPal link tree in the bio on TikTok pin message over on the other place. And Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. It is a great way to support me and helps to continue to keep the stream going for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week. I appreciate you guys so much for all the continued love and support. Carl, take it away. Tell us why you're MAGA.
I think Trump is committed, or he has completed some of the things he promised on the campaign trail. The first thing would be...
sorry, Carl. Could you speak up a little bit?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? Is that better?
A little bit better. Just try to speak up. You're a little bit muffled.
Okay. I was trying to attach a speaker microphone to my phone, so I'm sorry about that. Is this okay? I don't want to mess up your recordings or anything like that.
Try to plug the mic back in.
All right, hang on one second, buddy. Give me a second, and I will. Can you hear me now?
Test.
Is test. Is that any better? Not much better.
Unplug it.
All right.
Sorry, it's maybe a little bit better, but see, the thing is there's just an echo on it. Just take it away. Maybe speak a little bit slower than you usually would, just because your mic has a little muffle on it. But go ahead. Tell us why you're MAGA.
Yeah, Trump sealed the border, as far as secured the border, I should say. From 2008 through 2020, the annual average crossings was 400,704,377. And then during from 21 through 24, the average crossings was 2.1 million, a little over 2.1 million per year. And this last year, Trump had the border crossings down to 237,538. All that information comes from CPB.
Okay. Yeah, your mic is a little bit fuzzy, but we're going to try to work with it here. So, I mean, the first thing I'm going to attack here is the notion that the last Democratic administration reopened the border, because you said that Trump had it sealed in his first term. So what policy did the Biden-Harris administration remove of Trump's that reopened the border?
Actually, I did not say that Trump had it sealed and that they reopened it. I just said that he secured the border.
Okay, so do you think that the border was secure under Biden?
No, I do not.
So what policies of Trump's did they remove that unsecured the border?
I don't think they actually removed any policies as much as they just left it wide open.
Well, I mean, hopefully it would be the policy to secure the border that would ensure it wasn't wide open, right? So if the border wasn't wide open under Trump, then it wasn't wide open under Biden, unless Biden repealed some of the Trump-era policy to then reopen it.
Well, he did repeal the stay in Mexico policy.
Yeah, but that had nothing to do with undocumented immigrants, because the Remain in Mexico policy is for asylum seekers who are legal immigrants. And I doubt that your position would be is that you have an issue with too much legal immigration under Biden, because it's more so to do with the undocumented immigration. But the undocumented immigration has nothing fundamentally to do with the Remain in Mexico Act.
No, I agree with that. That's what I'm saying. I don't necessarily think it was policy as much as
what was it?
Well, I think that they just did not have proper adequate support down there.
Oh, but the policy is what would dictate the support that they have at the southern border.
Well, they left. Apparently, they left the same policies that were there from Trump. It's just everybody flooded. I mean, there was a lot of migration from the pandemic.
Okay, so then the border wasn't any less secure under Biden than it was under Trump when you said it was really secure. So this means that ultimately the increase in undocumented entry that we saw has nothing to do with Biden. What it had more so to do with was the fact that we saw the largest amount of incentive for immigration into America in modern American history due to the socioeconomic impacts of COVID on everybody's economy, including our own, and just so happened to hit other countries much harder than it hit us. And then B, it had a lot to do with the fact that Trump was going to every single mainstream media outlet in this country, and he was preaching from the nosebleeds to everybody about how the border's wide open and you could come right on through. So when there is an environment that exists that has given a shit ton of incentive for individuals to come into this country, the use of undocumented means, or just immigration as a whole, i.e. impacted the pandemic, and then you have the ex-president of the country saying that the borders are right on open and everybody could come on through, well, then we're directing all of that incentive for better conditions to America through undocumented entry because the last president is telling you that you can. Right? And that's why we saw so much undocumented entry under Biden, in my opinion. Then Biden and Harris tried to respond to it. They tried to pass a bipartisan border bill to expedite the legal means of entry into this country, which would have naturally disincentivized a shit ton of undocumented entry. And then Donald Trump told his supporters in Congress to shoot it down. So Donald Trump helped create the issue, and then he shot down any attempted remedy to the issue. So then the border would be an issue until the end of the Biden-Harris administration. So then he could run on fixing it. So then he could get your vote and support. So then he could turn around, do nothing, pass no policy to expedite the legal means of entry, pass no policy to secure the border, and reduce undocumented entry by scaring it away with the use of human, constitutional, and natural rights violations.
It takes more than like 6 to 9 months to go into effect.
I'm sorry, sir. Your mic is really muffling. I'm going to go and let you respond to that. Then, unfortunately, I'm going to move on because your mic is just a little bit too bad. But go ahead. Give your final response to everything that I said. Then, unfortunately, I'm going to move on because your mic is bad.
Okay, then, but just go ahead and pick somebody else, man. We'll figure some other way out, okay? Hey, Dean, I do appreciate you letting me come up, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you, too. You have a good one. I think that his mic was just, like, going in and out. Super unfortunate. We're going to go ahead and try to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Some people in the chat were saying that you could hear him just fine. I couldn't. I have these in-ear monitors in. I don't know, like maybe that has something to do with it. I couldn't hear him too well. Welcome in, man. Do you support Trump?
Yep.
How old are you?
41.
Dude, I feel like you should be old enough to know that rapists shouldn't be president. I feel like you should be old enough to know that like social safety nets like Medicaid and food stamps are a good thing, and we shouldn't be supporting and endorsing a president who wants to cut them by over $1 trillion just so he could give more tax cuts to the top 1%. You're old enough to know that war in the Middle East is a bad thing and that we shouldn't support presidents that lied to us to start wars.
Oh, are you going to ask me why I support Trump or what?
Well, how about you respond to everything I just said?
Say it again.
No, you didn't even listen. Yeah, bro. Why do you support the most violent president in modern American history, Mr. Trump?
How is he the most violent president?
Because I can't name any other president that has called for the execution of their political opponents in Congress. I can't name any other president that has called every member of the political opposition terrorists. I can't name another president that has celebrated the deaths of members of their political opposition. And I can't name any other president in modern American history that has explicitly called for the genocide of 90 million people.
So you say he called for the death of some Congress members, but did that happen?
Yeah, it did. He did call for their execution, yeah. That is
Right.
something that happened.
He said it, but did it happen? Right?
Oh, were they actually executed? No.
Right.
Okay. Would Trump be a violent person if he threatened to rape children, but then he was never actually able to rape a child because of the law? Yeah, of course he'd still be a violent person because that's him expressing what he wishes could happen. That's him expressing what he wishes he could do. So even though these congressmen and women were never executed because our checks and balances won't allow for it, this doesn't mean that Donald Trump is any less of a violent person because that's still what he wanted to happen, and he made it clear.
Okay, but it didn't happen though.
Okay, yeah, that doesn't impact or change anything about the fact that the notion Trump wants it to happen is what makes him a violent person.
Okay, well, I disagree that he's a violent person.
Can we agree that only violent people want their opponents to be killed with no good reason?
Well,
Like,
your guys' side doesn't
you
show
have
that very
to-
good,
don't pivot.
considering you
Don't pivot.
celebrate
Don't pivot. Don't
and
pivot.
mock
Don't
Charlie
pivot. Don't
Kirk's
pivot.
death.
Don't pivot. Don't pivot.
Right?
Don't pivot.
Let's talk
Can
about
we?
that.
Don't pivot. Don't pivot. Can we agree that only violent people want their opponents to die with no good reason?
Well, did they commit seditious behavior or what?
No, there's no good reason. Remember, do only violent people want their opponents to die with no good reason?
Well, he said seditious behavior is punishable
Which
by
they
death.
didn't engage in.
Did they commit seditious behavior?
No.
So
can you answer
by
the question?
By them doing what they did to like try to overthrow the like what he was doing? That isn't kind of seditious, you think?
Wait, you think that Trump was giving illegal orders to the military? Because all they said is that if Trump gives you an illegal order, guys, you don't have to follow it. They're just reminding them of their oth. I mean, dude, shit, that's
Right.
something that members of our military are reminded of on a daily basis, right?
So you think maybe that could have influenced people the wrong way when it wasn't needed?
It's always needed to remind members of our military of their oath. I mean, anybody
Right,
who's
but
ever been in the military
he-
knows that they're reminded of that every day. There's absolutely nothing bad at reminding members of our military of their oath. It's certainly not seditious. Do you
Did
think
he give
that...
any unlawful orders?
Did he? Well, did he? My personal opinion is yes. But even if the answer to that question was no, still yet what they did wouldn't be seditious. Because they didn't say Trump has given you illegal orders and you need to not follow these specific orders. All they said is if he does give you illegal orders, you don't need to follow them.
Okay, so if he didn't give unlawful orders, then what was the point of saying that?
Because it's an important thing to remind members of our military to uphold their oath. Now, I think the more specific point of why they said that is
I
because
think he
even if we
upholds the
accept that
oath-
they haven't given
upholds the
any
oath.
illegal orders to the military, you can't deny that he's given illegal orders, point blank, period. Like he's signed illegal executive orders into effect.
What illegal executive orders?
Number 14160.
Okay, what was that about?
It took birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants here, even though they have that right under the 14th Amendment.
Okay, what does that pertain to, though? You think maybe he was talking about like how all the people fraudulently crossed the border to gain citizenship?
Well, I mean, all the executive order
I think the
says...
14th Amendment should be amended and fix that. Fix anchor babies.
Okay, but you don't amend an amendment with an executive order, because that just nullifies the executive order. Because executive orders have to act in accordance with the Constitution, which means that you just accepted that Donald Trump has given illegal orders.
Yeah, but did he actually do it?
Wait. So now you've accepted that Trump has given illegal orders. So what was
But
seditious about the members of...
There's a difference.
Yeah, that
between
was an
doing it
illegal
and
order.
saying and like
No,
saying
he
you
did.
want to change the amendment.
He did. No, he did. He signed an executive order into effect that says, as of today, okay, the Department of Homeland Security is no longer to consider the children born to undocumented immigrants in this country citizens per the 14th Amendment. They are to reconsider them as undocumented immigrants eligible for deportation. He did it.
Okay, so doing that for the betterment of society, I guess you could say that he did it unconstitutionally, but let's...
Wait, so now you're saying that the Democrats were seditious because they told the president to not do things unconstitutional?
Uncooperative of everything.
Any American patriot wouldn't cooperate with an attack and assault on our Constitution. We don't want a dictator.
I think any real American patriot could say that, you know, getting rid of that fraudulent stuff might be better for the society, considering it's kind of a slap to the face for
So
all
you're
of the
saying that it's
hardworking
okay for the
immigrants that
president
come
to
here
do
the right way.
unconstitutional things when, in your opinion, it's better for society?
I'm saying amending the 14th Amendment to stop anchor babies.
Well, that's
is a
not
good
what...
thing for society,
No,
wouldn't
you're
you?
saying Donald Trump's executive order that violated the Constitution was a good thing. His executive order was not an amendment.
Okay.
So was his executive order a good thing?
In my opinion, yes.
Okay,
Stop
so
the
then you do
anchor
think it
baby
is...
bullshit and all the
So I
fraudulent
just want to
crossing of the
clarify.
border.
You do think it's a good thing when the president violates the Constitution as long as the violation of the Constitution is for the benefit of society?
Yeah, for the betterment of society. For example, amending or changing an amendment.
No, stop
for the betterment of
obfuscating.
society.
Stop obfuscating between amendments. Remember, executive orders can amend the Constitution. I've already told you this 10 times, and you just completely ignore that, and then you just repeat that it's an amendment. Stop saying that executive orders are amendments, because that's not true, okay, bud?
Okay.
All right. Now that you've accepted, you are on board with the president violating the Constitution as long as you think it's for the betterment of society. This means that you literally want Trump to be a dictator because you position Donald Trump above the Constitution, right? Like, do you think it'd be... You do. I'll explain how. I'll give you a really good scenario. Do you think that it would be for the betterment of society, given that, like, Kamala Harris ran against J.D. Vance in the next general election that J.D. Vance won?
Well, hold on. Here's the example I'll give. So
I don't want you to give me an example. I want you to answer my question.
The Democrat and all them don't cooperate, and they don't want to cooperate with the betterment of society. So all the Democrats shooting down him wanting to change the amendment made him just do the executive order for the right thing. Right?
He actually never advocated to change the amendment. That's not true, because he argues that the 14th Amendment as is does not give them those protections. Now answer my question. If Kamala Harris inevitably ran against J.D. Vance in the 2028 general election, do you think you'd be for the betterment of society if J.D. Vance won?
Yeah.
The following argument will prove that you want Trump to be a dictator. You said, and I quote, that you think it's a good thing when Trump violates the Constitution for the betterment of society. And then you just said, and I quote, it would be for the betterment of society for J.D. Vance to win the next general election. So hypothetically, if Kamala Harris inevitably did run against J.D. Vance in the general election, and Kamala Harris won fair and square, you'd argue here that it would be a good thing for Donald Trump to call on the National Guard to seize all of the voting machines, to stop the count of the vote on J6, and to fraudulently install J.D. Vance as president. Because sure, asking them to seize the voting machines, stop the vote, and to fraudulently install J.D. Vance would be unconstitutional, but you just got done arguing that it's good to do things in which are unconstitutional as long as you think they're for the betterment of society. So in other words, you would support Donald Trump ending our democracy and installing J.D. Vance as president.
No, I think just...
Why would you disagree with that?
All right, what?
Why would you argue it's a bad thing for Donald Trump to install J.D. Vance as president? You can't say because that would be illegal or unconstitutional, because you've already affirmed that you're okay when Donald Trump does illegal and unconstitutional things given they're for the benefit of the nation. And you've already affirmed that you think that J.D. Vance winning the next election would be for the benefit of the nation.
Yeah.
So why would you disagree with Donald Trump ending our democracy and installing J.D. Vance as president?
How would he do that?
By throwing the Constitution out the window. Yeah, by throwing the Constitution out the window, calling on the National Guard to stop the vote, to seize the votes, okay, then for him to fraudulently install him as president by getting Congress and J.D. Vance to falsely assess fake votes for J.D. Vance in Congress that they made to then install him against the voice and the vote of the people. Right?
Well,
so why would you disagree with that?
Votes?
Well, it's a hypothetical. I'm saying hypothetically if they did do this, would you disagree with it?
Why do you always do hypotheticals? Let's just,
to prove points?
Let's stop doing that.
I'm not going to stop doing smart things. So hypothetically, if they did this, would you disagree with it?
Well, it's a hypothetical, so I'm not going to concede on that.
I'm not asking you to concede. I'm just asking you to answer. Hypothetically, if they did do this, would you disagree with it?
No. I'm not going to let you trap me into that stupid shit.
Well, I mean, it seems like you've trapped yourself, because as soon as you suggest that you're okay with the president doing unconstitutional things, as long as you think they're for the betterment of the country, you're arguing that the president should be a dictator, right? Because the Constitution is supposed to limit the power of the president, but when you say that you're okay with him throwing it out the window for the betterment of the country, you're saying that the president should have ultimate and infinite power as long as they use that power to do things that you think are for the betterment of the country. So in other words, you're saying that Donald Trump should be a dictator because his dictatorship would inevitably make the country better.
No. What I mean is Democrats stop being so uncooperative and work with
Democrats have nothing to do with this conversation in the slightest. You're pivoting.
For example, like Donald Trump wanted to make it illegal for hateful people to burn the flag and change the amendment for that and the law for burning the flag.
We should not amend the First Amendment. We should never touch the First Amendment.
We'll change it to where you can't disrespectfully burn the flag. That would make sense. That's beneficial for society, wouldn't it?
So you're saying that people should lose property rights?
No.
Okay, well, you're arguing that people should lose property rights by arguing that they shouldn't be able to burn their property.
Yeah, burn the flag only in a respectful way, and if the flag is worn out.
You're a fucking snowflake.
Going and fucking
you think that we should throw people in jail because they're doing things that you consider to be disrespectful?
Well, yeah, I'm saying people of this nation are so ungrateful and unhinged, and they're forgetting
Listen,
what patriotism
I think that we should
is.
respond to the following argument. We should throw people in jail for misgendering trans women and trans men because it's disrespectful.
Well, I think that's a good thing, what Trump's doing.
No, it's disrespectful. We should throw him in jail.
biological men can't.
No, it's disrespectful. We should throw him in jail.
Compete in women's.
But it's
sports.
disrespectful. We should throw him in jail, right?
Sure.
Dude, you're fucking unserious, dude. You're a clown.
Right, I'm a clown. At least our side doesn't mock and celebrate Charlie Kirk's death. Take a
They
look
just
in the
mock
mirror,
and
guy.
celebrate Rob Mueller's death. Sorry. Yeah, forgot about that one. He said it was a good thing he died.
Good thing who died?
Mueller. Trump literally celebrated his death. Condemn Trump. Condemn him.
Why did he do that?
Oh, wait. Why are you asking why? You never asked why people celebrated Charlie Kirk's assassination. You just said because they did, they're wrong and they need to be condemned regardless of their motivating reasons. So why are you now asking for the motivating reasons of Trump?
Receiving messages.
Well, I'm sorry. I gotta go anyway.
Why? Why do you gotta go? Why can't you just answer the question real quick and condemn Donald Trump for celebrating
I'll come back
Mueller and
later,
Rader's
okay?
death? It would only take 5 seconds to quickly condemn him. Do you want to say I condemn Trump then leave? It'll take less than 3 seconds. I guess not, because he's a runner. We got a restriction on the live stream, by the way. It'll be gone in like 8 minutes. So for everybody hanging out with us, don't swipe out of the app. Don't swipe out of the app, or else you won't be able to find us again. Let's go to load up that next guest, folks. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. I don't know. I feel like I feel like I'm cooking today. Low key, feel like I'm cooking. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Let's go ahead and get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. All right, folks. If you are MAGA, make sure to hop inside of the queue. Let me know. We got Rockefeller loading up in. And, by the way, we got a couple people to thank. You guys have been very kind over on Venmo and PayPal. On Venmo, thank you, Alicia, for the $30 donation. That is ALYSHA. Thank you so very much for the love and support, Alicia. You are awesome, awesome, awesome. Show some love to Alicia down below. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Alicia with the $30 says, with MAGA being excessively patriotic, you should ask them what it means to be a patriot of our country because you teach what that truly means every day. No, I think that is a really good question that I should start asking a lot of the Trump supporters that join. Thank you for the $30 donation, Alicia. I would love to see 300 Alicia W's down below. Same thing to Lindsay. Thank you for the $15 who says, hey, Dean, I'm spending my 21st birthday watching the stream. Hope you and yours have a good day and keep on speaking the truth. Lindsay, happy 21st birthday. I would really appreciate it if everybody could just take a moment to wish Lindsay a happy birthday. That's a big one. And I hope that you enjoy your day. Thank you for the $15. Serena, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. I appreciate your kind words too. Kelly, thank you for the $20 who says, I believe that man has assaulted women. Thank you for being the example of how a person should react to that behavior. You impress me every day. I know who you're talking about. He was so gross, Kelly. I thank you for the $20 donation and the kind words. He was nuts. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Jen, thank you so much for the $5. Pharmasim kid, you're doing good. And then, let's see here. Over on PayPal, thank you, Max, for the $14, who says, first time donating. I appreciate you so much for taking a second to talk about the rape guy. It wasn't your fault, but it helped me come out of a spiral of oncoming anxiety. So thank you. Well, thank you for the $15, Max. And SJ, I appreciate you for the $25 donation. Thank you, SJ. SJ with the $25 says, I finally have a day to sit down and actually watch the stream. Thank you for being you. We'll always have love for you. You already know my G. SJ, I hope that you enjoy the stream today. I appreciate you for being here as always. By the way, SJ, if you're actually in the chat on TikTok, I'd love to make you a mod, okay? I'm being serious, SJ. You're always hanging out with us. You've always been very kind. If you'd like it, I'd love to make you a mod. You know, no obligations there, but if you'd like it, I'd love to, you know, give you that. So you can help out if you want to, but of course, no obligations. I appreciate you, SJ. Welcome in, Jared. Do you support Trump? Hello? Jared is not here. Okay. All right. See you later, Jared. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Folks, let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Guys, please only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Make sure that you're following the rules. If you want to know what the rules are, they're very simple. You just have to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Cody, thank you for the $20. Who says, love you, Dean. Love you too, Cody. That is CODI. Show some love to Cody down below. I appreciate you so very much. And then one last one here from Alexandria. Thank you for the $15 donation. Who says, been watching your lives for a few months now. Just wanted to say thank you for the immense amount of education and some laughs in between while you own these MAGA fools. Well, thank you for the kind words, Alexandria. You're absolutely right. Sometimes, you could get a little bit of a laugh out of these fools just because they're so insane, dude. I appreciate you so much for the love and support. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Fish girl, get the fuck out of here. So annoying. So annoying. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here right now. Lincoln.
Hey, what's up, Dean? Hey, I got a quick question. Hey, would you say you look out for your supporters?
Yeah, within reasonable respect.
Do you genuinely care about them?
Of course.
Okay, why didn't you send that girl funds in return for her birthday? She mentioned it was her birthday. She sent you $15. Why don't you give her a little birthday gift?
Yeah, good idea. Appreciate you for the input, Lincoln. Why do you support Trump?
Yeah, he's the greatest president we've ever had.
Okay. Do you genuinely care about Trump?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to send you a link to his donate page. Why don't you go ahead and donate $100 to him right now because you genuinely care about him?
I already have.
I think that you need to send him another donation.
I already did.
Well, why don't you send him another one right now if you genuinely care about him?
I already did this morning.
I think that you need to send him another one right now, or else you don't genuinely care about him.
No, I sent him one this morning.
Wait, no, because you don't want to send him a donation right now, that you therefore don't genuinely care about him.
All right, I'll send him a donation right now.
Okay, turn your camera on.
I already got the website.
Turn your camera on. Let me see you send the donation.
All right, hold on a second. Wait, hold on a second. Before I turn my camera on, are you going to send her a birthday gift?
No, because I don't owe money to my supporters for their birthdays. That's like a little bit of a ridiculous suggestion.
You think so?
Yeah.
These people do a lot for you, don't you think?
Yeah, and I really appreciate them. But that doesn't mean that I have to send money to every supporter of mine when it's their birthday. I feel like that's kind of common sense.
No, not really.
I just feel like you're being obtuse because you don't like me. Like clearly, like anybody who's not just engaging in such like obtuse, nonsensical madness would like clearly understand that like no, I clearly don't have an obligation to send every follower of mine money for their birthday. Like I'm not their dad or I'm not their parent, I'm not their brother, I'm not their boyfriend, right?
I mean, no, but you're obviously somebody that that they're focusing on for the moment. So I feel like the least you could do is, give back something for their birthday.
Okay. Yeah, I disagree. I don't think I have an obligation to send people money for their birthday.
Okay. Well, I'm going to send this donation over to the greatest president we've ever had.
Yeah, so turn your camera on. I want to see you do it.
You take care.
Oh, you're going to run away, Lincoln, because you don't want to actually debate me? Oh, yes, you are, buddy. All right. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You are going to run away. Very nice. Very nice. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. What a tool, bro. What a tool. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Howdy. Do you remember me from before?
Yeah, are you MAGA?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I see that you're a Christian. I don't think that Christians should support Trump.
Why is that?
Well, I mean, your bio says a Christian who loves everybody. He doesn't. He doesn't love everybody. He threatened to genocide 90 million people and attempt to implement a ban on all Muslim entry into the country. Would Jesus dine at the dinner table with a Muslim? Sure he would. Would Trump? Well, no. You tried to implement policy to restrict them from even coming into the country.
For sure. But can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I'm just looking at your stream and you're like frozen, so I was wondering if I was disconnecting. When I say I'm MAGA, I mean I want America to be the best it can be. That's what I believe. Because he has allowed policies that have made America better.
Like
like his immigration policies. I don't believe in what ICE is doing violently, but I believe that people should not come to the country illegally, and I believe that there should be more ways for them to come in legally.
Okay, I disagree with mass deportation. Can I tell you why?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I think that we should treat everybody equally. If we wouldn't deport a citizen, then we shouldn't deport an undocumented immigrant.
Right. Another reason that
do you agree with that train of thought? Do you think that undocumented immigrants should be treated equally to citizens, therefore we shouldn't deport them?
I believe that them coming into the country illegally they're coming in because America is a good country. Would you agree that America is a good country?
Yeah. But ultimately, do you agree or disagree with the notion that we should treat them equally to citizens?
We should treat them with respect and dignity.
What about equally?
Yeah, let's go equally. I don't know if that's exactly what I'm thinking, but yeah.
Well, if you accept that we should treat them equally because we wouldn't deport a citizen, then we shouldn't deport an undocumented immigrant.
We wouldn't deport a citizen because they're here legally.
Okay, so then you don't think that we should treat undocumented immigrants equally, right?
Correct.
Okay.
But I don't think we should disrespect them, and I think we should treat them with fairness.
So this is Leviticus 19, verses 33 and 34. When a foreigner resides among you in your land, don't mistreat them. The foreigner residing among you must be treated the same as your native born. Love them as yourself. So... and where God says in verse 34, they should be treated the same as your native born, he's saying that they should be treated equal to your native born. So it seems like you're disagreeing with God, bro.
Yes, they should be treated equally, as in they should be treated with respect, but I do not believe that they should follow. I believe that they should follow the legal
treating somebody equally doesn't mean treating them with respect. Okay, treating somebody equally means treating them the same, right? That's
so should they just
that's
be
what the
allowed
verse
to come
says.
in here?
Well, it seems like according to God, yeah.
Okay. Remember, I saw one of your videos a while ago where you misquoted a Bible verse. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember the one video I made 4.5 years ago where I listed 56 verses. Ago? 3.5 years ago, where I listed 56 verses and I misquoted one. Now, what relevance does this bear to the fact that you're seemingly disagreeing with God?
Because I'm not I don't know if you can use religion as if you're misquoting religion before. Does that show? But I think, okay, let me go back.
Well, I have the verse on the screen.
Yeah, but I'm saying
also, bro, you're like, I'm sorry, but that is just like insane for you to say that because I misquoted one Bible verse 3.5 years ago, that therefore when I'm showing you the verse on the screen today, it can't be reliable.
Remember, I couldn't see the screen.
Oh, okay. Well, you could see the Bible that you likely have with you.
Yeah.
If you look up Leviticus 19:33 through 34, you could read it yourself where it says, where God says to treat them equally to citizens.
Okay, so maybe you are right. We should treat them equally.
So then you disagree with mass deportation.
But it's hard to explain because I don't think they should be coming into our country illegally. I think there are legal pathways. And even if they are coming into our country legally, we should treat them with respect. We should give them due process.
Oh, wait. But the two things could be true at once. Like you could you could believe that they shouldn't be entering into the country the use of undocumented means. But if we interpret this Bible verse, right, what the conclusion that seems to be yielded here is, well, after they're in the country, what can we do? They got to be treated the same as citizens. You know, they're kind of safe. Once they get across the border, they're safe. Apparently, according to the scripture.
Do you believe that?
Well, I mean, that's what God believes in, and you're the Christian in the room, so looks like you got to believe in it.
Okay. Yeah. I should be following the Bible better. You were right. We should treat people equally.
Shit. All right. So no more mass deportation. All right. Why do you support Trump outside of mass deportation?
So I've been getting, I don't know anything for sure, but I've been on a couple of live debates before, and I obviously conservative, and I'll see all of these like insults in my DMs afterwards, and I've never seen anyone treated that poorly on the other side.
Okay. Marjorie Taylor Greene literally had to quit her career in politics and hire private security because Trump called her a traitor and she was getting attacked by conservatives. Have you ever had to quit your job and hire private security because liberals were going after you?
No, but I'm also not a person in a position of power.
Right. Neither were the black people that were literally lynched by conservative KKK members in the 50s. So.
In the 50s? This is not the 50s.
Oh, okay. So all the conservatives that lynched and killed black people because of their race in the 50s are, it's just totally different and much more meaningless, okay, than you getting a couple rude DMs from liberals. Well, I mean, you said you've never seen anybody on the right go after anybody on the left like that.
That's not what I said.
Listen, if you want to know the truth, here's the truth, okay? Here's the truth, all right?
Okay.
When we have two massive political parties, all right, that contain millions of Americans, hundreds of millions of Americans. Inevitably, on both sides, you're going to have quite a few bad eggs who will want to engage in political violence towards members of the opposing side. All right, want to kill you just because you said you support Trump. All right, I disagree with that. All right, but that exists on both sides. So then, what do we do? How do we determine which side is more likely to engage in this vitriol and hate speech? Well, we look at the leaders of the two parties. All right. And the most hateful politician in modern American history is nobody other than Donald Trump. He said that he hates all Democrats. He said that they're the enemy. He says he doesn't wish them the best. He called all Democrats in Congress terrorists. He called for the execution of 6 sitting Democrats in Congress. He said that the woman he raped should be thrown in jail. He threatened to genocide 90 million people. He attacked the Pope. He called himself God. And he's been committing war crimes across the globe. All right? There is not a single Democrat in a single position of power in this country that is comparable to Trump insofar as engaging in the same vapid hate speech. And if I'm wrong, feel free to prove me wrong by giving me their name. But if you can't name a Democrat who's comparable or worse than Trump, okay, well, then you have to accept that the more hateful party is the right.
Do you consider, what do you consider to be a Democrat? Gosh, these comments on your live are so disrespectful. Why? Sorry, sidetracked. That was me getting on the wrong. What do you consider to be, do you consider American Democrats or do you consider, other countries?
For the intents and purposes of this conversation, we're considering a Democrat to be somebody that supports the Democratic Party.
Okay, so American. Or I guess other people can be in other countries and support the American Democratic
Party. For the scope of this conversation, we're just kind of talking about Americans.
Okay, sounds good. I'm trying to... And you're talking about current times, correct?
Yeah?
Current. Yeah, okay, I just want to make sure... I'm just trying to, make sure we have all the factors, because I don't want to be, trapped in a loop so I have all the information. Also, people in the comments saying I only like people who are white. What? I love everyone. That is super disrespectful. And I never said I think everyone should be...
I would highly recommend just kind of ignoring the comment section, because the more that you address the comment section, the more they'll address you.
Yeah.
I'll just be honest. If you want to debate me, I just recommend focusing on me.
Okay, yeah. I do not believe I can name... Trump is very hateful. I will admit that. And I do not support that fact of him. But I also know a lot of people are very hateful. And right now, a lot of people
Name one Democrat in any position of power that is comparably just as hateful as Trump.
I can't name, because I said Trump is more hateful than...
So then you think that the Democratic Party is the least hateful party of the two major options, the Democrats and the Republicans?
If you are talking about leadership.
Okay,
yes.
So why don't you support the Democratic leadership more than the Republican leadership then?
Honestly, sorry, someone is DMing me. I support Democratic leadership over Republican leadership, but I support Republican policies over Democratic policies. Does that make sense?
Okay. No, it doesn't.
No, it does not.
Because leadership is in part going to be defined by the policies that they want to implement. But what other Republican policies of Trump's do you find yourself to be a fan of? Tell me.
I believe that... I believe that we should have a smaller government and we shouldn't be having government control over a lot of economic policies.
Okay, like tariffs?
Yeah.
Okay, well, he imposed tariffs on every other country in the world. Plus, he spent $5 trillion on a singular bill. Plus, the largest increase in the M2 money supply is something that we saw under Trump. Plus, actually, border regulation is control of economic policy because it limits the entry of labor into the market. Plus, about $1 billion other things, too. So, fiscal conservatism is not true of the modern day conservative movement.
I don't believe in tariffs. I believe that people should be having
So then that's
control.
not one of Trump's policies that you support. I asked you to name a Trump policy that you do support.
I don't believe in tariffs, so that's, I guess, not one. But I believe in the other economic. I believe in a smaller government.
Okay, so which economic policies of Trump is representative of a smaller government? Because as far as I'm concerned, he's passed two big policies, the big beautiful bill and tariffs. Tariffs make our government larger, and the big beautiful bill makes our government larger because it cost us $5 trillion. So what economic policies of Trump's has helped to reduce the size of our government?
I don't believe that we should be spending a bunch of money on the Department of Education.
Why? Why?
Because, as Trump said, the less educated someone is, the better for him.
Are you trolling? Has this whole thing been a troll?
Fish Girl, if you're here, I love you. Fish Girl, I love you.
Okay, get out of here. But like, I won't even lie. I'm so surprised. She did that really well up until the end. She really did that well up until the end. I don't know. I'm actually not convinced that she was a troll. I think that she just pulled the troll card at the end because she ran out of arguments. I have like a sixth sense for trolls. Okay, why? Well, because I have these debates every single day. I don't think she was trolling. I don't. I think she was legitimately a Trump supporter. She got embarrassed. She realized she had nothing else to say. So then she claimed to be a troll. Very interesting. Hi, welcome in. How old are you?
Hi, pretty boy.
Ah, dude, Jill. Trump scare. Okay, first and foremost, don't call me a pretty boy. Very weird.
Okay, go ahead.
Jill.
Somebody called you that today. Go ahead.
Jill.
What,
Jill.
What about Trump? What about
Is this worth it? Is this worth it for me? I don't know if it is. Jill.
Absolutely. I make you a lot of money. Come on.
Absolutely. Debate me, dude. Listen to my insanity. I don't know, Jill.
Why are you lefties, which I think you're a righty for real, but why are the lefties saying that this is another freaking stage shit? Why are you guys even trying to freaking pull this shit?
Well, I mean, I don't think it was staged, but like clearly there's reasons to be suspicious.
Thank you. Why? What are your reasons?
The fact that this dude with a shotgun and a semi-automatic firearm outside of the shotgun was able to run straight past the secret security, have 6 people shooting at him, yet he was arrested with no injury. Like, I don't know. That's just a little weird. It's a reason to be suspicious. I don't think it was staged, but that's why other people do.
Why would someone take a chance though, and go into prison and getting pew-pewed? Why would they take a chance on that?
The reason why I say
real ones were flying because one got pew-pewed. Okay, so why would someone take a chance and say, "Hey, let's stage this"? And I know I got to go through some, pew-pews here and there and everywhere, but I'm gonna do it.
Well, I mean, actually, Jill, you believe that like the whole criminal justice system was staged against Trump to get him convicted of 34 felonies, to get him held civilly liable for rape, to get him held civilly liable for lying about the valuation of his properties to a bank in New York, to like prosecute him for J6, because you think that this like elusive, almost like Illuminati-esque deep state with like trillions of dollars of funding, like has the ability to reach into anybody's pocket and get them to do whatever they want, whenever they want, including random jurors and judges. So, I mean, like in all reality, right, I feel like if anybody could see why this could be fake, it would be you, because you already think that, the mainstream major political parties have the money and the motive to do things that benefit them. You represent this within the Democrats all the time by saying that they were able to corrupt like 5 billion judges and 5 billion jurors. So then why couldn't like the comparable deep state on the right do something similar for the shooting?
Why do you have to go extreme?
That wasn't extreme at all. I'm just showing you, like, Jill, I'm gonna be honest. If you were on the
didn't say
left,
5 billion
you would
judges.
be
That was a
screaming
lie.
louder than anybody that it was staged.
Okay, well, quit lying on me. I'm cool until you lie on me, honey.
Do you
Don't
think
lie
that the
on me.
attack against
I didn't
Ilhan
say-
Omar was staged?
I didn't say. Yes, I do because he worked for her. For goodness
Ah!
He worked
No!
for her. He
No!
worked for her, baby doll face. And then guess what? This guy worked for the DNC. Gavin Newsom. They're finding out that he friggin' worked for him and all kinds of shit, dude.
Okay,
What do you
perfect.
think
So,
about that?
who's the crazy now?
What do you mean? Who's the crazy?
I mean, you just said that the
Hey,
attack on Ilhan Omar is staged.
Okay, a little squirt, and then she friggin' went after him like she's a big bad fraud. Anyway,
Well, I mean, what happened to Ilhan Omar was worse than what happened to Trump. Trump wasn't even touched with a bullet. I mean, they got him down on the ground before he was able to get into the ballroom. She actually got unknown substances on her.
not at Butler. That friggin' grazed his ear a little bit.
Yeah,
you know, just
I
barely
don't.
grazed his ear.
Personally, I don't think that was staged. I don't really think that a lot of people do. But the people that do think it's
But no,
staged
there's a lot
don't
of
even think
things-
that
a
there
lot
was a bullet at all, right? Because of the
lot-
fact that his ear was just miraculously healed.
Wait a minute, but what about the person that unalive, dude? There was real ones. Man, I can't believe.
Oh wait, never mind. I'm a Christian. God saved the bullet from hitting Trump. God made
That's
it
right.
hit the firefighter instead.
Exactly. It was his turn to go. We all have a time to. What's it saying?
Wait, so you think that God killed the firefighter?
Wait a minute. There's a time.
Did
to
God
live.
kill the firefighter?
Yeah. He wouldn't have allowed him.
Oh
to be
my
unalive.
God!
No,
Oh
he
my
didn't
God,
do it.
bro!
The shooter did it, but God allowed it.
Wait, so then
Because-
God didn't save Trump? The shooter saved Trump by missing him.
No. Listen, you don't understand. What's it say in the Bible? It says there's a time, a time for everything under the sun. There's a time to pluck. A time to plant. A time to pluck up. A time to for war. A time for peace. A time
Just like
to
there's a
live,
time for you to turn
time-
your fucking phone off. That time is right now,
a time to
Jill.
live. A time to live. A time to unalive. There's a time for everything. It was that guy's time. It wasn't Trump's time. Do you understand?
I think
Do you
it's.
understand?
I think that it's your time to turn off the phone.
No, hi Santana,
So
baby.
it's your time to take a nap, Jill.
No, Santana, baby boy. What's
Let me
up?
ask you a question, Jill. Let me ask you a question. Was J6 staged by Antifa?
Absolutely. Wait till that all comes out. You got to see it all, honey.
Would
You
you
gotta
ever
see
support
everything.
somebody that let Antifa domestic terrorists out of jail and called them patriots?
Well, what they weren't. They weren't.
Okay. Would you ever
They
support a
weren't. How come-
president
hey, wait a
that
minute.
let
How come the ones
Antifa
that were-
domestic terrorists out of jail and called them patriots?
Listen, how come the ones, the
Can you
players...
answer my question?
What
DB,
was it
thank you.
again?
Would you ever support a president that let Antifa domestic terrorists out of jail and then called them patriots?
They weren't Antifa. Those were
All
the
right.
true
I
patriots.
appreciate you, but
Okay,
can you answer the
okay.
question?
I just sat there and told you.
Okay,
No.
but no. Okay, so you wouldn't support a president. Well, apparently Trump did, because you
No,
just
he
said that
never.
J6 was staged by Antifa,
see, you're
yet
twisting it.
everybody who went to
No,
jail over
you're-
it was
see, you
inevitably
wanna run
pardoned by
me
Trump.
over. No, here's what it is, buddy. The players got away, but the real true patriots that didn't do nothing, but the cops let in to show them around, and they even prayed with them, those are the ones that went to jail. Why? Why did
Wait,
the other
so
ones...
DJ Rodriguez didn't do anything?
Which one's that? The bullhead?
No, he's the one that tried to kill Officer Fanone by driving a stun gun into his neck, giving him a heart attack.
Oh, they got a thing on that too, saying that did not happen. That
He
was a
admitted to it.
No, no, you guys
DJ
better
Rodriguez
open your
pled
eyes.
guilty to doing that.
You guys better open your eyes. Is he in prison? I want to see where he's in prison. Show
Well,
me.
he
I want
was
you to
until he
show
was
me.
pardoned.
That he wasn't. No, who was he pardoned by?
Trump.
Trump. Okay, and he admitted that he did that, huh?
Yeah.
Bring that up. I want to see it. Let me just see
Okay.
it. Let me.
Yeah.
Just prove
So
the
so
point.
my
Let me
source
see it.
would be go on Google, type in Trump's pardon of DJ Rodriguez.
You make a claim. When we make a claim, you make us get it and bring it up. You
I
make
know.
a claim.
And I'm
You make a
I'm
claim.
giving you my source. It's Trump's
But
pardon
no,
of
I
DJ
don't wanna look it
Rodriguez.
up. I don't want to do your job. I want you to do your job.
So
and
my
bring it
job
up
would
in front
just
of
be
everybody.
giving you the source.
No, show me exactly what happened, and that Trump let him out.
Okay, I
Because
guess I
you
could
make
help
us
you.
do it.
I guess I could help you. I'll be kind.
Thank you, honey. Thank you, sweetie.
All right. In the meantime, guys, make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen, and I appreciate you so much for being here.
And don't forget the gifts.
Okay, all right. Here is the source. Boom.
Thank you guys for the gifts.
Bam.
Break it down. Wait a minute. Who is it? What's the source there?
AP. Capitol rioter who
Are you
shocked
kidding me?
police officer with stun gun is sentenced to over 12 years in prison. California man who drove a stun gun into a police officer's neck during one of the most violent clashes of the U.S. Capitol riot was sentenced Wednesday to more than 12 years in jail. Daniel DJ Rodriguez yelled Trump won as he was led out of the courtroom where the U.S. District Judge Amy Baron Jackson sentenced him to 12 years and 7 months behind bars for his role in J6. All right. So, yep, of course, that would be the source that he was sent to
Is that
jail
the
over
only
this.
one? Is that the only one, the left-leaning source? Is that the only one you have?
No, you could find like the court record, but the AP is who I go to.
I'll look it up.
Trump pardon DJ.
but
So there's a
saying
source.
that did not happen
So
for
there's a
real.
source that DJ Rodriguez went to jail for that. And now I'm gonna give you a source that Trump pardoned DJ.
And can I show you?
Also,
where,
I'll just call out if you go to it's in the House Congressional Records as well. H. 268.
hold on. Let me get a pen, baby. Ow, ow. You said it's in the congressional records?
Yep, Congressional Records, House H268 that gives the full 9-page detailed breakdown, specifically talking about DJ Rodriguez and his actions that occurred when it came to January the 6th, and then also the pardon as well. This was published on January the 22nd, 2025.
So how do you feel
Now,
that Trump pardoned a man who tried to kill a cop?
I want to ask you this. This came to my mind too. Someone said that he pled guilty because they threatened him.
Well,
Could that have
no, it's
happened?
because they have him assaulting Officer Fanone on Officer Fanone's body camera. You could straight up just watch Officer Fanone's body camera online.
Okay. Now, why did they get rid of all of that?
No, don't
evidence? They said
pivot.
they-
How do you feel? How do you feel
wait,
about
wait.
Trump pardoning somebody that tried to kill a cop?
If that really truly happened, I'm going to look into it. I'm going to look
Wait,
into
but
all
we
of
no,
it.
we
And
just
then
did.
I wouldn't
We
like
just
that.
showed you
I
our
wouldn't like that.
sources.
I wouldn't like that. Okay, I wouldn't like that.
Okay,
I
so
don't agree with everything
then you need to
Trump
stop
does.
supporting Trump because he pardoned a crazy domestic terrorist who tried to kill a cop on the steps of our Capitol.
Well, your Democrats are trying to do that to our president, so what about all them?
No, there's not a single Democrat in any position of power that pardoned somebody who tried to kill Donald Trump. You're so clearly equivocating. You can't say that some random lunatic that is probably a Democrat from California is equivalent to Donald Trump in the slightest. All right, like maybe, right, if like some Democratic federal judge said, I acknowledge that this Cole guy did try to kill Trump, but I'm just going to let him off because he's a Democrat. Okay, all right, then that judge would be insane. Okay, but like that's not what happened. There isn't any Democrat in any position of power that said Cole should walk free because they tried to kill Trump. But if there was a Democrat in any position of power that said Cole should walk free even though he tried to kill Trump, I bet you'd say that Democrat should be tossed out immediately. All right, so then why can't you say the same thing about Trump, who said this Republican, DJ Rodriguez, should walk free even though he tried to kill Officer Fanone on the steps of our Capitol?
Hi, baby. Hey, I can. If he really did, I can. But I'm going to check that out. But
Okay, so you're no longer a Trump supporter?
no. Listen.
Wait,
What
so
about
why
Comey?
wouldn't you stop supporting Trump
What
over
about
him
Comey?
pardoning
Are
a
you
domestic
gonna still
terrorist that tried to kill
support Comey?
somebody?
You said that nobody in power.
Wait, before you
Comey
try to like make an argument.
8647.
So
Comey
80
put 8647 in the sand.
He's not in a
to
position of
unalive
power.
Trump.
When was
He
Comey
was,
president?
Baby.
86
He
isn't the
was.
code for killing. That's 187.
Yes, it is.
86 is to get rid of. 187 is murder.
Okay, now that you're done pivoting, why won't you stop supporting
No,
Trump,
no,
even though he gave a full and complete presidential pardon
Because I don't know
to
that
somebody?
I heard something totally different.
So
And that's what it
if
is
everything
here.
that
you
I've
guys
said
hear
about
one
DJ
thing
Rodriguez was
and
true, would you stop supporting Trump?
do what?
If everything that I said about DJ was true, would you stop supporting Trump?
If it is, I would be upset over it.
Would you stop supporting him?
It's not that I really support him anymore.
So can you just answer the question? Would you stop supporting him, Jill?
I can't say right now, to be honest with you.
Okay. All right. Well, I just kind of think that you're a waste of our time, Jill. Welcome in, Bob. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Bob? Oh, no, Bob just left.
I have one thing. I think I could have pushed her right over the edge, but oh well.
No fucking way.
Come on.
John.
Yes.
I remember you.
Yeah, I remember you too. Come on.
Did you're the one that like almost died from a heart attack and had to get rushed to the ER and you're brought back to life, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember you, John.
I know. I listen to you every day almost.
I don't even. You're not even like terrible. Are you still a Trump supporter, John?
I absolutely am a Republican.
But are you a Trump supporter?
I'm a Republican.
So have you stopped supporting Trump? Because the last time you came up here,
No, I didn't say I was going to stop supporting Trump. I don't even want to talk about Trump. I want to talk about you and Parker the other day. About abortions. About abortions. Get
what do you
Parker
have?
on the phone.
Where's Parker? Someone get
How many
Parker
abortions? Answer this question for me. How many abortions for one woman makes it right?
At least 34.
34
Shit.
abortions? You're okay
Shit.
with 34
5,972. That's the limit. We will make them stop at 5,972.
That's pretty disgusting. That's disgusting.
That's the
guys.
limit. I don't make the rules. I
That's
just know what the limit is.
disgusting.
That's just the rules. I don't know
But
what
it's
you want me to do about
disgusting
it.
that you said that.
John, can
And
I tell you
that's the
something?
limit.
What?
So last month, guess how many abortions my girlfriend had?
Don't even listen. Are you talking about
83.
the pill? Are you talking about the pill?
83 abortions. She averaged
does
close
she
to
have 83
3
abortions?
abortions a day.
You can't protect yourself.
No, because her hair's blue and she voted for Kamala Harris.
Oh, so that's why she had 83 abortions.
Yeah, how does dude? I was so dude.
Dean,
Dude.
I'm
Let me
gonna
tell
be
you.
55 next
Let me
month,
tell you,
okay?
John. Let me tell you,
I'm
John.
gonna be 55.
I'm gonna run
do
for
a lot
president one
more
day.
experiences than you.
I'm gonna run for president one day, John. Let me tell you the first thing I'm gonna do. The first thing I do when I run for the presidency is I'm gonna make sure that we incentivize women to go get abortions, and that for every abortion a woman gets,
listen to
her
me.
effective tax rate goes down by 1%,
obviously don't
and then
remember
that
my
tax that she didn't
discussion
pay
with you
is
last
then
time.
put on the man who got her pregnant. All right, John. That's what I'm gonna do. Every abortion is a 1% reduction in the effective tax rate. We should be incentivizing as much abortions as possible. I want to listen, John. Listen. Just listen to me, John. Listen to me, John. Listen to me. I want to listen to me, John. Listen. Just listen to me, John. I have one last thing. I have one last thing to say, John. Now this is.
I'll respect you. Go
Okay, you guys are gonna have to follow me on this one. We need to abolish Planned Parenthood because it's too antiquated. We need an abortion medical health professional in every home in America, on standby 24/7. Fuck a drive, fuck a flight. Okay, fuck even going outside. They should be able to get an abortion in the comfort of their home.
Wait,
But
hold
you
on,
think-
Dean.
but here's
I
the
got one
problem
even
I
better
have with
though.
you guys.
Like, but if
No,
we're gonna
it's
do
my
that,
turn
Dean.
to speak. It's my turn to speak.
Wait, hold on, just really
No,
quick,
I
Dean. If we're
gave
gonna do
Dean
that,
his time
then,
and I
then
asked
why
to
not?
speak.
Wait,
You see
why
what I'm
not?
saying? This is ignorant. You
Wait,
guys
wait,
are ignorant.
Because I want to know what you think about this as well, John. How about this, Dean? How about we do buy one get one free? It's a BOGO. Who doesn't love a deal?
How about we just give them both for free? Buy 0, get 2 free.
Why don't you two idiots go fucking get a coat hanger and do it for free?
Well, because that's unsafe, John.
Well,
and
you're
unsanitary.
talking disgusting 5,000 abortions for
That's
one
just
woman.
we don't make the
83 in
rules. We
1
just
month.
follow them.
You guys are just being dicks right now, okay? Because there's women out there saying, you know, I needed an abortion, but I don't need 83 like you.
I got an abortion right
Dean,
before I
know
went
you
live,
were
John.
joking. I know you were joking about the 83.
I'm getting an abortion right now.
Wait, hold
Come on, let's be honest here. I want an honest answer from you.
Okay.
I want an honest answer from
All
you.
right, I'll give you an
All right,
honest
you got a
answer.
woman, you got a 25-year-old chick, right?
I just ran and grabbed the quick abortion. Like when I stepped off, like really quick. Just got a quick abortion. I'm back.
All right, listen
All
to
right,
me.
we
Can
need
you
to
guys
stop
just be
fooling around.
serious for 1
Yeah,
minute?
John, I'm sorry.
Can you be serious for 1 minute?
I don't want to give you another heart attack, John. I'll stop joking.
I
around.
did have a heart attack in 2018. That's not
I know
a
that
lie.
was that was like actually like a pretty crazy story, John.
I'm
That's why I
actually going
remembered it.
blind too. My right
Oh,
eye's
dude.
completely gone.
You
I
gotta
have
stop
health
all that
issues.
yelling, John. That's raising your blood pressure.
Well, I don't have blood pressure problems, but anyways, here's the deal. I want to ask you something. You got a 25-year-old chick, right?
A chick?
She's single. She's
You mean
single.
a woman?
Yeah, a woman. You know the difference, right? From a woman and a man.
Do you know what a woman is, and why would you call her a chick?
Absolutely. Absolutely, I know what a woman is. She's got a vagina.
You're gross.
Not the women you follow.
Really?
Yeah, you follow 10,000 AI
No, I
bots,
fo-
John.
I
Do you remember that, John? The women you follow certainly don't have vaginas because they're not fucking
They're
real.
AI, you
Because
said.
they're all fake. Because they're all
I
A.
agree
They're
with
all
not
AI.
of them.
Yeah.
Not all of them. Not all
No,
of them.
all of them. Every single one,
No,
John.
not all of
I
them.
mean, you are literally only allowed to follow 10,000 people on TikTok,
Can you
and
do
you
me a
have
favor,
met that cap by following AI
Can
women.
you do me a favor?
Yeah.
You gonna put my laundry out there?
I'm sorry, John.
That's not right, is it?
I'm sorry. You're right.
Right. It's not right.
You
do
know
that
what,
a
John?
lot.
John,
you do that a lot.
John, wait. You're right. You're right, John. We owe you an apology. How about we give you a free abortion just to make up for it?
Well, I'm a little too old to have an abortion, guys.
I don't know if that's a
Anyways,
thing
let me
that's
ask
stopping
my
you.
question now, please. 5
Okay.
minutes, 10 minutes later.
You're right. Go ahead.
All right.
You have the mic.
You got a 25-year-old woman. She goes clubbing every weekend.
Yeah.
Okay? She gets knocked up. She goes and has an abortion. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, next month, she goes out clubbing again. She gets knocked up again.
Yeah.
She goes and has another abortion. Are you
Yeah.
okay with that?
Well, my first question would be, what does she do,
Wait, no,
do
no,
for
no.
work?
Just answer the question. Are you okay with something like that goes
Okay.
on with Planned Parenthood?
I'm gonna give you an honest response.
I'm not against abortion, guys.
So, in that
if you
circumstance,
need one, you need it.
listen, John. In that circumstance, I don't find anything to be problematic or wrong with the abortion in of itself. All right.
I don't either.
I think,
I don't either, Dean. If you need it, you need it.
John,
but not
this is why you're so on the line. Can I finish responding, please?
abortion. Hold on, no, I'm not. I wasn't done. Abortion,
Okay.
right? When you have an abortion, it's because you accidentally got pregnant. You weren't
No, it's
prepared to
not.
have a child.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You get pregnant because you don't play safe. Okay,
No, it's
guys.
not.
Yes, it is. If you wore rubber and she took the pill, there would be no abortion needed, right?
Actually, 54% of women who get abortions from Planned Parenthood do so because of the failure of contraception.
And they give out contraceptive.
John, you're too old to not know
They
this
give that
shit.
out, you know.
It's
Planned
weird that
Parenthood gives
you're
all
this
that
old
stuff
and you
out
don't
for
know
free.
this.
All for free. I told Dean last month when I talked to him I had an abortion when I was a young kid. When I was 17 years old.
John, stop.
No, I'm dead serious. I'm dead. You want me to swear at my grandchildren? You can probably see them, Dean.
How
that I
did
have
that
grandchildren.
How did that affect your uterus, John?
It didn't affect my uterus, dickhead.
Got it.
Don't be a dickhead.
So then
Don't
who
be
had
a
the
dickhead.
abortion?
I want to talk to you guys normal, but you're being dickheads.
Okay, wait, then who had the abortion? Because it wasn't you if you don't have
My
a uterus.
ex-wife had the abortion
Okay.
with my first child. She was
So she
14.
had an abortion.
She was 14 and I was 17. We were just too young to have a child.
Yeah.
I was going into the army. I wanted to get my life straight. I ended up marrying her. We have 3 children. I have 4 grandchildren. I have 1 on the way. I mean, I got divorced and me and my ex-wife are like best friends.
14 and 17.
Yeah, I was just too young. Too young. Too young.
don't
But
like
now, listen to me. That has nothing to do with it. My point with that is, okay, that's a situation where I felt I was too young. She felt she was too young.
John,
we
do
were
you think
stupid.
Do you think that's
We were
acceptable?
stupid. We didn't play it safe. Huh?
Do you think that's an acceptable age gap?
No. I'm not talking about the age gap. It's kind of young. A 14-year-old girl is kind of young to have a child. Yes,
Kinda
they have them
young?
even younger than that. They have them even younger than that, Dean.
From rape, John.
Okay, whatever. What? Oh, you don't think there's 12-year-olds out there having sex right now?
I think there's
Have you
12-year-olds
seen
out there
some of
having
the 12-year-olds today?
I think there's 12-year-olds out there having unconsensual sex.
Right, absolutely. They do. I have teenagers. Believe me, I had teenagers. I know.
But like it's unconsensual, right? Like even if it's like two, like
or
let me.
just not old enough to really understand.
Well, it's unconsensual because they're not old enough to understand, John.
Right. So I made a mistake when I was 17 and she was 14. Right.
Yeah,
so we
thank you
did
so
the
much for
right thing.
galaxy.
I think.
Can we acknowledge
we
that
did.
minors shouldn't have sex, John?
Yeah, but today, forget it. With all the shit on the phones, sorry about that. For everything on the phones today, you can't. There's no way. Think about that.
I think what I'm saying here is that it's
Movies, video
unacceptable for like 17-year-olds to have sex with 14-year-olds.
Dude, we didn't have the stuff that they have today when I was a kid. We didn't even think of sex when I was a little 12-year-old.
Listen, what
Today,
I'm saying is
they're
that it's
talking about
unacceptable.
blowjobs on buses.
What I'm saying is that it's unacceptable for like 17.
It is unacceptable. I agree with you. My point is, what is acceptable on the amount of
in
abortions
retrospect,
How many times does one woman have to make a mistake?
So
How
like
many
in
times?
so just to clarify,
Yep.
in retrospect, like would you not have done that because she was 14, John?
In retrospect,
Yeah.
I mean, no, because I actually was working. I had a decent job,
Yeah. So you wouldn't have done that because
I
she was
could have
14.
covered. I eventually became a father 2 years later to my son. So with the same woman, we had 3 children together. Like I said, we have 4 grandchildren. 1 on the way. We lost 1 during COVID.
Are you guys,
Remember,
you
I
guys
told
still
you that.
married?
No, we're divorced.
What did you?
I'm
How
divorced.
old were you guys when you got divorced?
Right before my heart attack, team. 2018.
Oh, John.
I got a question for John. Hey,
Go
John.
ahead. I don't know your name. What's your name?
Just call me Big Poppy.
Big Poppy, I like that.
yeah.
Okay, listen though.
So-
it's only because I'm kind of blind. I can't read these white letters and stuff.
No, it's all good. It's all good. It's not what they call you, John. It's what you answer to, John. Let's say there's a 25-year-old dude, a man, if we may, and this man, 1 month on 1 weekend, he goes out and to the club and he knocks this woman up.
It's absolutely just as much his fault. It's 50-50.
But then instead of him waiting like a month, he goes out to the club again another
Knocks
night
up
and
another
knocks
girl.
another one. And then like the next night he goes out and knocks up another
He's
one.
just
Hey, John,
dirtbag player.
Yeah, John, what's the limit? When do we like put a
Take-
chastity belt on him or something? Like when do we say like that's enough?
Put a chast? No. You see, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying to you. It's 50-50 when you knock somebody up. When you get a woman pregnant,
wait,
it's
John,
50-50. I'm not blaming just the woman.
John, if it was 50-50, then in your original scenario, why did you only mention the woman? You never spoke about a man. You just had a promiscuous woman by your standards going out and getting pregnant.
No, that was just
2
an
months in a
example
row.
I threw out there. That was just an example. It was an example to my question.
But
how many times you think a woman can make the same mistake and just keep going? Now let's
John.
get into this. Who pays for the Planned Parenthood abortion?
John.
Who pays for it, Dean? Who pays for it, Dean? Who pays for it? The taxpayer or them?
I'm gonna hop in here, John. John, I'm gonna move on. All right, John.
You're gonna move on to what? What do you want to move on to?
To the next guest. I'm gonna. Kick
Oh,
you, John.
really? Because I got too much knowledge for you. I'm too knowledgeable for you.
No, John.
That age thing, I could see how it hit you. And I see it. It's been like, yeah, I get it.
Oh, we're going to move on to the next guest, folks. Only hop inside of that queue of your MAGA. Only hop inside of that queue of your MAGA. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? This person had a radio. It sounded like a cop. We're going to go get the next guest, Mo Queen, loaded up into the box. By the way, I have a couple people to thank here real quick on Venmo and PayPal. On Venmo, thank you so much, Acacia. That is AK. AK, thank you so much for the $25 donation. I appreciate you so much, AK. AK with the $25 says, I'm proof that birth control doesn't work sometimes. My daughter's a product of the depot shot. My other daughter is a product of the pill, and I never missed it. Why? Because I didn't want to be pregnant. Fuck this guy. Please continue to be a voice for us women, Dean. You can speak for me at any time. I appreciate you for the $25, AK. And I would actually imagine that you are a great mom. I appreciate you so much for the $25. Huge shout out to AK down below in that chat. Thank you so very much for the love and support. And then Cassandra, thank you so much for the $2. Mario with the $21. I appreciate that, Mario. Thank you so much. Mario with the 21 says, I wanted to ask what your take on separating art from the artist is, provided that the art is something culturally significant enough that people truly enjoy it while not even thinking about the person that made it, i.e. J.K. Rowling, H.P. Lovecraft, or George Orwell with 1984. Yeah, that's a really good question. I mean, I just think that we're going to hold like a particular...
Oh my God, Dan, you invited me. I was dreaming for you. You are my son age.
I'm going to go and assume that you're not a Trump supporter?
All the time and every life I've been watching. You invited me and now I'm crying.
Oh, Mo! Hey, don't cry. Hey, listen. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mo.
I'm so excited and I'm crying.
Mo, you sound like a very lovely person. Tonight we're just looking for some debates with some Trump supporters.
No. This was my dream come true.
Mo, hey, Mo, listen. I'm gonna. I'm crying. Oh no! I'm gonna drop you a follow. I'm gonna drop you a follow. You sound great. You have a great rest of your day, Mo. All the love in the world to you, Mo. You have a great rest of your day. Yeah, you have a great rest of your day. Oh, she was kind. Huge shout out to Mo. Oh, that put a smile on my face. Show some love to Mo down below. I said, Daddy, you got your hand up. Go ahead.
Oh, no, you finished. I just had a couple quick thank yous when you were done.
Okay, yeah, no, shout out to Mo. She sounded really kind. Anyways, Mara, that's a really good question. I think that there's a threshold where like an artist could do something so sufficiently bad that we shouldn't separate the art from the artwork. Or that we should. You know, like a good example of this would be David. Like, even if like you enjoy David's songs, I don't think you should listen to him. And I think that application of like that threshold in which we do separate the art from the artist, especially to things that are very culturally significant, like Harry Potter or Lovecraft or 1984, it's very like arbitrary. And it's definitely like a gray area. It's a gray area for sure. Thank you for the $21. Wendy, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate you. Abby, thank you for the $15. She says, we're abortion, Maxine. So true, Abby. Thank you for the $15. And then John, thank you so much for the $25 donation. Who says, hey, Dean, I'm always amazed at your depth of knowledge and how you put MAGA to shame. You are absolutely the best. You are the best. I really hope that you're enjoying today's stream. And thank you so much for the incredibly kind $25 donation. Show some love to John. Same thing to you, Fassi. Thank you for the $10. And Brandon, thank you for the $20. Who says, I have an interview for a full-time position at my local community college tomorrow. Can you wish me luck? I wish you the very best of luck, Brandon. You're going to kill it. I already know. Same thing to you, October. Thank you for the $20. Who says, I'd love for you to ask, quote unquote, if Republicans were in charge for the next 20 years, how would life be different / better than it is now? Oh, that's a really good question. I really should ask that one. Great idea, October. Thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. And then Jeff, thank you for the $10 to support the grift. Let's fucking go. On PayPal, thank you, Shina, for the $10. Who says, please don't give John another heart attack. Real. Dominica, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you. Fassi, thank you for the $5. China, thank you so much for another $20. Who says, should have asked that guy, when does Trump send his supporters gifts? Oh yeah, Lincoln, who came up here saying that I have an obligation to send people money for their birthdays. I should have. Thank you for the $25, China. That is CHYNA. Let's get 200 China W's. As well as Emma. Thank you for the 3. We are all caught up, folks. If you want to support me or the stream, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message over on the other place, and Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. Great way to ask a question or to get a message across. I appreciate you guys so much for the love. It's what allows us to continue to do this on a daily basis. Take it away, Santana. And when we get that next guest in here, I'm probably going to take an opportunity to go use the restroom, but we'll get that next Trump supporter up in here first.
I got you, and make it really quick. Amanda, thank you so much to the 10. I'm happy to be seen. Michelle, thank you for the 3. I appreciate it, and I hope that quick abortion went well. Allison, thank you for the 2. I appreciate it. And Amy, thank you so much for the 10. Yeah, it was a tough morning, but we're still back at it. Thank you all for the love and support.
All right, we're gonna go get the next guest loaded up in here. Welcome in. She is me. Do you support Trump?
I don't.
Base, to date, we are just looking for Trump supporters, but you take care. Listen, bro, I just saw somebody in the chat say that they don't think Harry Potter is culturally significant. Listen, bro, just because you don't like something or you're not super familiar with something doesn't mean that it's not culturally significant. I think that we tend to build our outlooks on the worlds around our own experiences. And it's if we don't know some famous comedian or something, then we just really don't think that they're too significant. But maybe everybody else around you does, right? I gotta say, folks, that Harry Potter is definitely culturally significant. Definitely culturally significant. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, I don't support Trump at all.
All right. Well, you take care. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. On the opposite side of that queue of your MAGA, please make sure that you're abiding by the rules, please, and thank you. We got Audie loading up into the box. Only hop inside of that queue, please, and thank you. If you are MAGA, make sure that you're following our rules. Make sure that you're following our rules, everybody. We're still looking for that next guest. Make sure that you're only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We got Kira loading up into the box. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay, they're not here. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everybody, do be patient while we get DD loading up into the live. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay. All right, DD's not here either. I don't know why we got a bunch of bots in the queue, folks. Please follow the rules. I'm begging you guys to please follow the rules. She is me. I see that she's back inside of the queue, even though we know she's not a Trump supporter. Bro, what are you doing, dude? Let's go to get the next guest connected right now. We got Evan loading up. Hello, do you support Trump?
Oh, my bad. I did not mean to join.
No worries. Guys, I don't know how we can't have any Trump supporters in here. We have so many people watching the live right now. 14.4 thousand. Why can't we find a singular Trump supporter to come up here and have a debate?
I think I got one, Dean, in case this person doesn't load.
Yeah, feel free to load people up from the queue, Santana. Feel absolutely free. Yeah, it doesn't look like Miguel's joining. We got Deck loading in. We got Katie loading in. We got a bunch of people loading in here, folks. We're trying to find anybody and everybody. They're all too scared, man. Yeah, we got 3 people. Let's see if any of these 3 people are Trump supporters. Deck is already left. Oh, no, never mind. He's back. Kims, do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay. What about you, Deck? Deck's not here. What about you, Ryder?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. We'll do a little bit of a 2v2. That's fine. Ryder, how old are you?
Why does he keep taking
19.
screenshots?
I don't know. When people take screenshots in 10, I just tend to ignore it because I don't want to embarrass them.
I just took the screenshot because I was like, I'm talking to freaking Dean. This is crazy. I feel like I'm talking to a celebrity right now. I'm not. I can't believe I'm in this right now. But
All right,
anyways,
you got it. I won't give you a hard time.
Kim, are you above the age of 18?
Oh, yes, I'm in my 50s.
You sound familiar. Have I spoken with you before?
No.
No. Okay. All right. Kim and Ryder, why do y'all support Trump?
Well, I'm leaning away from it, just of recent actions. I can't say that I am pleased with some of the things that is currently going on. I'm starting to pull away. I don't want to say that I'm leaning more left to Democrat. I'm just stating that I'm a little disappointed in the administration with how things are being run, how things are going with the war, with the illegal immigration, how that's being handled. It's kind of understand that laws and things like that need to be followed, but it's a little disappointing in how the
Chat, don't do this to me.
of it are being done and handled.
Okay, so like, what are the reasons that you'd still say that you support Trump? Ryder's
So
not
we
a
should
Trump
probably
supporter.
kick Ryder.
Yeah, he's not a Trump supporter.
Yep.
I would just say because I've just been more Republic leaning most of my life.
Okay, so like, what are the Republican values that Trump holds to be the case that makes you still lean towards him?
Well, in the words of Dean, we can never say them.
What?
I don't know. I think a lot of it is just, to be quite honest with you, Dean, it just raised that way. It's instilled in me because I am, in my 50s. And that's why I feel like I'm always open to hearing other sides, other values, other, can lean, be persuaded different ways. And I'm learning day by day. And I sit and listen to you all the time. And I jumped in.
Okay, so I mean, I feel like if we're gonna have a conversation, we're gonna have to speak a little bit more specifically than vaguely. I feel like you're being like pretty vague with your support. Honestly, if I had to like take a guess, like you said, you grew up with conservative values, and maybe you've begun to start to realize that the Trump administration is failing this country. You see the fact that gas has increased the most it has since NAM. You see the fact that our economy is failing, jobs reports are shitty, investment into manufacturing is crippled, and GDP growth is going down. You see that he's breaking his promises, starting new wars in the Middle East, spending $1 billion a day, bending the knee to Israel, not helping Russia's invasion of Ukraine when he said he could end that on day one. Prices are still going up. And, the mass deportation only seems to be hurting us. But you still support him because he's a Republican, and you've been kind of taught all your life to support Republicans. So what I will say here is if you want to have a conversation about specific conservative values, that sounds good. If not, I might just move on, though. And what I mean by specific conservative values is like maybe one of the reasons why you support the GOP is because you think that abortion should be illegal. Maybe like you don't endorse the LGBTQ plus community. Maybe you think that men are better at leading than women. Yeah, just, like about a billion other things. So, I mean, if you want to name a specific value that we could discuss, feel free. I'll see if we could have a conversation about it. If not, I might just move on.
Okay. Well, you pretty much summed it all up in what you just stated there. And thank you for the time. And I'll continue listening to your show.
Yeah, Kim, I appreciate you for being here. And listen, you were like the person that I'm trying to outreach to, definitely. Kind of like raised and socialized in one way all their life. And for that reason, tends to support these political movements, these people in politics. And the point of my show is just kind of, reach out to people like you and demonstrate that, well, when we really explore the nuance and the nitty gritty of it, it seems to be the case that they're not people we should support. But you have a good rest of your day, Kim. I'm not going to shit on you at all. You are legit the kind of person that I'm trying to outreach to with these lives. So, I appreciate you. The exact type of person that I'm trying to reach out to. Adeline, do you support Trump?
No, and I hope he dies in a pit of fire. Bye.
What? Multiple pro-Trump reposts and everything.
What, you look through their account and everything?
Yeah, that's the person I was gonna bring up because
crazy.
That's wild.
Crazy, bro. Crazy. Ivy, welcome back. Remember when you ran?
Yeah, I was busy. Sorry.
Okay, well, I just remember you running, Ivy, like you were scared. You're terrified of me.
Where were we at? I don't remember.
We were at it, you running away from me because you're scared and terrified, literally shivering.
No, I'm not.
Jay Clark, thank you for the galaxy. Yes, you're literally shivering. I could hear the nervousness in your vocal cords as you speak. You're quimbling,
Nope.
Ivy. Yes. Your knees are weak. Your arms are spaghetti.
Just vomit on your sweater already. Mom spaghetti. You're nervous.
But on the surface...
You're trying to look calm but steady.
Oh, shit. I thought it was... But on the surface, you look something. I used to be able to...
On the surface, I look calm and steady. Yeah, I tried to...
Knees are weak. Arms are heavy. Vomit on your sweater already. Mom spaghetti, you're nervous. But on the surface, you look calm and ready to drop bombs. They don't know what I'm... Oh, lost it. Okay,
Ivy.
Keep
on forgetting what you wrote down. The whole crowd goes so loud.
They open his mouth, but the words won't come out. He's choking. How? Everybody knows it now. Look at that. Spin some bars. All right, Ivy.
Time's up. Speak now.
Take it away, Ivy. Tell us why you support Trump.
I think Trump is a patriot. I also think Trump does good things for the
Crazy.
country. I like his legislation. I like how he protects women and children by not letting biological men go in women's bathrooms or compete in women's sports.
Do that.
So you have done.
I like that he
Well, I'll
supports
tell you the
the
funniest is that
Second
I'll go
Amendment.
backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Is Trump a quote-unquote biological man?
Yeah, but did you play the whole clip?
Yeah.
That wasn't the whole thing, was it?
Oh, you want to listen? Oh, sure. Yeah, I'll let you listen to some more. We're going to go ahead and play the full context to that while I go and use the restroom. Santana, feel free to take it away in the meantime. Here's a full clip.
I'm judge.
You own this pageant. You go over. You're meeting the girls and stuff. One of them comes up to you and says, "Mr. Trump, you're a very sexy man.
You're a beautiful man. You have fantastic hair.
Well, you're a powerful man, right? Right? You're a powerful man.
Right.
I want to sleep with you." Now, you're not the type that would say no.
I don't want to hurt their feelings.
Right. No, but I mean, you see a beautiful woman, you want to have that. You're a guy who likes to have everything, right?
Well, couldn't that be construed, however, as
Conflict?
yes?
I don't see it as a conflict.
It could be a conflict of interest, but it's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
The question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything
doctor.
is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Okay.
Okay, so I
Perfect.
think you guys are kind of twisting the context a little bit. So in the beginning,
so?
he said basically that the women are throwing themselves at him, and let's keep in mind that that Howard Stern clip is referencing the adult pageant. So if the women come up to him and throw
When did
themselves
they-
at him
wait,
and
when
say
did
that
they
he
say
wants
that
to
it was
sleep with
adult?
him,
Wait. When, Ivy, when did they say that it was referencing the adult pageant? They never specifically said that. Not even in
Well,
real time
Dean-
on that episode.
yeah, but it was referencing the adult pageant. That's been
How
the
do you
adult
know that? It
pageant.
never says that. There was no explicit mention of the adult pageant, and also Trump owned multiple pageants.
Yeah,
So
but
what's the
when did
argument?
that-
So
He's
wait, the
saying that
argument
it-
is
when did that
wait,
conversation happen?
Check
And
this
was
out.
he
I don't
like
even
late
just
to the
listen. I'll
adult
just
pageant,
accept
or
that
what?
I'll just accept that it only happened at adult pageants, even though that's false because we had 14, some as young as 15, testify to the fact that this happened to them at Miss Teen USA. But assuming that they're lying and it only happened to the adults, it doesn't change anything because it's still sexual exploitation. It is still Trump abusing his position of power to barge into the dressing rooms to look at the naked bodies of these women without their consent while they're in the position of vulnerability due to their expectation of privacy away from men. Now, you said, oh, well, what if they just throw themselves at him? He never said that in the clip. He said he'd walk into the dressing room, he'd see them, they were naked, and then he went around and talked to Howard Stern about it on his radio show.
He said that the women would come up to him.
No, that's what Howard Stern
beginning of
proposed.
that
Howard Stern
That's what Howard Stern proposed. So he said. So Howard Stern said to Donald Trump, like, what would you do if a woman wanted just to throw herself at you and have sex with you? Like, would you do it? He basically said yes. And then Howard Stern started to ask for a specific example of what he would do. So he said, I'll tell you what I'll do. Okay. And then he went on to talk about how he'd barge into the dressing rooms of these naked women and look at their bodies.
Well, first off, you're saying dressing room. That's incorrect. He says he went backstage because he's the owner of the pageant, therefore he can do that, and he's inspecting it.
Oh, wait, really? So I just want to clarify. If it was just a general backstage area, then why were quote-unquote no men anywhere? And why did he have to not just abuse his position of power as the owner, but also lie about doing a fake inspection in order to get back into that place?
So in the context of the beginning of it, if you say that the women throw themselves at him, so
that wasn't Donald Trump
example,
saying
like,
that the
if a
women
man
throw
goes
themselves
into
at
the
them.
women's
That was Howard
bathroom-
Stern. Listen, I'm going to clarify here. That was essentially just Howard Stern asking Donald Trump if he'd ever done anything sexual to beauty pageant contestants. And then Donald Trump said, well, I'll tell you what I do is I sexually exploit them by barging into their dressing rooms to look at them while they're naked. So stop obfuscating and confusing those two things. Now answer my question. If it was just a general backstage area, then why were quote unquote no men anywhere? And why did Donald Trump not just have to abuse the fact that he was the owner, but go into the space under the guise of a fake inspection? Clearly, if it was just a general backstage area, he wouldn't have to abuse his position of power as the owner, and he wouldn't have to claim he was doing a fake inspection. And we would naturally expect men to be places backstage because men work on the support staff for production, assistance for the women, so on and so forth, not just to mention general stage and show maintenance and employees. As well as at the end of the clip, he says, so I'd get away with doing this thing. Well, to get away with something means to break a rule and face no consequences. What rule was he breaking if it was just a general backstage area? So he wouldn't be breaking a rule, so he'd be quote unquote getting away with nothing. Not to mention that he said inside of the space there was a bunch of women that were like changing and naked. So as far as I'm concerned, an area where men aren't allowed, that he has to abuse his position of power as the owner to get into, that he's breaking a rule by entering, where there's a bunch of naked women that are changing, is what? A dressing room. Not to mention that every single woman from Miss USA that recounted this happening to them said it happened in the dressing rooms, including the women that defended him. Like Veronica Hughes was a woman that competed at Miss USA in 1997, and she said, yeah, he would barge into the dressing rooms like he said. He'd just give us a heads up first so we'd get dressed. So we knew it wasn't a general backstage
They gave him
area.
a heads up so they could get dressed, so they knew he was coming back.
Yeah, I'd assume that they did that in some
How do you
scenarios.
know for sure that they were
right?
naked?
Well, because he said so. Obviously, the scenarios that Donald Trump is referring to in that clip are the cases where he wouldn't give them the heads up first because he said when he'd walk in, they'd have no clothes on.
Yeah, but the video don't say that.
It does. It's exactly at 2 minutes. I have to replay it so often. Check this out.
Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. Is every?
There you go.
I don't understand why this is the hill you want to die on, honestly. Like, I don't understand why is it so important for you to actually run coverage for a sexual abuser. Like, why is this the thing that you are unwilling to yield on?
I just don't think he's the actual sexual abuser that you guys are painting the picture for him to be.
That's what he said.
Yeah, he literally admitted
You guys twist all the context of it.
What's the context?
Like in the beginning of the video where it's talking about that the women would throw themselves at him.
That was Howard
He
Stern
didn't
asking
say that.
Donald Trump about the sexual things that he do with the beauty pageant contestants. And then Donald Trump said, well, what I do is I sexually exploit them by barging into their dressing rooms. And no point in the description of the thing that Trump said he did he say the women would throw themselves at him.
Also, Ivy, can you repeat what Dean just said? Can you repeat that Donald Trump didn't say that the women threw themselves at him? That was Howard Stern propositioning that. Can you repeat that?
Okay. Yeah, I got you.
Okay, so don't say that again, because you keep saying that, and Dean has corrected that multiple times. Don't factory reset to saying that. That's not true.
Yeah, I got a couple of people to thank here real quick. Key, thank you so much for the $30 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you, Key. Let's get 300 W's in the chat for Key. I really appreciate you so much for that love, Key. Key with the $30 says, what is he supposed to be inspecting? Yeah, they're naked fucking bodies, right? I appreciate you for the $30. That is a very kind dono. Show some love to Key in that chat. Same thing to Connor over on Venmo, who drops 10 and says, what's up, Dean? Been listening to you for years now at this point. Love your content. My wife and I are moving from VA to Arizona right now, and your lives are helping us pass the time amazingly. Keep it up. Thank you. Thank you so much. You were awesome, Connor. Good luck on that move. That is a big move. I wish the very best of luck to you guys. Samantha, thank you for the $10 as well, who says, I'm proud of everything that you do. Thank you so much, Samantha. Danielle, thank you so much for the $50 donation. Yo, that's fucking wild, Danielle. Holy, thank you for the $50. I want to see you 500, Danielle W. That is a shit ton of money. I'm so very grateful for you. Thank you for your generosity. Danielle with the 50 says, thank you for everything that you do. I love watching your lives. Well, I hope that you're enjoying the live today. It's been a little bit, odd. We've had some crazies up, but I appreciate you for the $50, Danielle. And then same thing to you, E. Thank you so much, E, for the $30 donation, who says, as a 19-year-old first-generation daughter of immigrants, nurse living in Oklahoma, yikes. Thank you for all that you do. Well, thank you so much for the incredibly kind donation. And I hope that you're living a fair life in Oklahoma. I know some of the people down there are so very radical. And then same thing to you, Caroline. Thank you so much for the $25. I appreciate you so much for that love, Caroline. Because of the nature of your message, I'm going to keep that to myself, but just know that I really appreciate you, Caroline. Show some love to Caroline in that chat for the $30. Same thing to Amanda. I appreciate you for the $5. And then Jill, I appreciate you for the $5 as well. Show some love to all the donors on PayPal. Thank you, Anna, for the $15, who says, remember, he ran because he wouldn't condemn Trump for celebrating Mueller's death after calling out the left for mocking Charlie Kirk. Oh, Anna, thank you for reminding me. I was trying to remember what I got him on because I remember I got him. I just didn't remember what I got him on. So thank you for reminding me. I'm going to make sure I bring that up here in a moment. Thank you for the $15. Same thing to you, Morgan. Thank you for the $15 as well. He says, stay safe and thank you for protecting the rights of women. Well, I appreciate you for the $15 and I hope that you're enjoying today's stream. I know I've said that to a couple people, but I just really appreciate y'all for the love and hope that you're having a good time tuning in. Thank you for the $15, Morgan. And then Toby, that is Toby. Thank you for the $24, who says, not sure what it's like over there, but in the UK, JKR is actively funding anti-trans groups and has stated her profits from HP is going directly towards this. In my opinion, you can't separate the art from the artist if the artist uses your support to fund their terrible actions. That is true. Really good. Really good message there, Toby. I appreciate you for the $25. And then same thing to Amelia. Thank you for the $3. And with that, we're all caught up. If you guys do want to support me or the stream, you can find the Venmo, PayPal, link in the bio on TikTok, pin message on the other place, and right there, Dean Withers without the E. Real quick, Ivy, can you just please thank all the people that just donated to the stream, please?
No, thanks.
Why?
Come on, be useful. You haven't been useful at all.
So just say thank you. Eric, thank you for the galaxy. Say thank you, Eric.
No.
Why?
I don't want to.
Why?
Because.
Why?
I don't want to thank the donors. That's just.
Wow, you're so ungrateful.
Well, how about this? Morgan, thank you for the 15, and Wendy, thank you for the 1. Can you at least say thank you to Morgan and Wendy for me?
Bro, be useful is crazy. That's
no.
That's so funny. All right, bro. All right. Do you concede that Donald Trump took advantage of these women?
No, because you guys keep saying that he goes in the change rooms. That's not what the context of the clip said. It says he goes backstage because he's the owner of the pageant. Therefore,
I've already disputed this. I disputed that by mentioning the fact that he said that there's no men around, that he had not just to abuse his position and power as the owner, but had to enter into the guise of a fake
we're not going to agree that
said that he could have got away with it.
On that, so.
Why not? Isaac, thank you for the galaxy. Like, legitimately, if it was just a general backstage area, why were there no men around?
You guys are just trying to paint him to be such the worst
If it was just
guy,
a general backstage area, why were no other men around? Well, we're just not going to agree on this thing that you can't explain under your hypothesis because it proves your hypothesis false and you just don't want to admit it. Get fucked.
Hey, Ivy, one more follow-up question. Do you think that if you admit that Donald Trump sexually exploited women, that you, by proxy, somehow admit that you sexually exploited women?
No.
Okay, so if Donald Trump is openly admitting to exploiting women, he's saying those words, and women are saying that Donald Trump has exploited women, then why is it so hard for you to say that Donald Trump exploited women when everyone else, including Donald Trump, has said that he has exploited women?
Well, I think you guys are just like twisting that.
No one's twisting anything. I'm saying if Donald Trump said he did, if women said he did, why are you fighting it?
Well, let's use the Eugene Carroll as an example. And then how many contestants came forward on that and said
like 12
and said that it didn't happen or said it wasn't weird?
Oh, like 12 came forward and said it did happen. One came forward and said that it happened in the dressing room, still refuting you, but said that he gave them a heads up first. So every single woman that's spoken out about it occurring to them said that it happened in the dressing rooms.
So how many was that? I didn't hear you.
Like 13.
13. Now, is that... I heard like 51 contestants, and then only 15 came forward.
You heard. Did you look it up, or did you just hear it?
Yeah. No, I looked it up. I seen something about where like
hey,
51,
Bob, do you support Trump?
51 contestants came forward. Iffy. Only 15 replied.
Yeah, only 15
and
wanted
11
to publicly...
of them said that 11 of them said it wasn't, or that it didn't happen and it wasn't weird. and like 2 of them said.
Wait. If it didn't happen, then
that
what
he
was
just came
quote unquote
back
not
and,
weird? Wait, if 11 of them said it
came
never
back and
happened,
wished him luck.
if 11 of them said that it didn't happen, then what were they calling not weird?
Mm-hmm.
Or I think they just said it didn't happen.
Okay, so you just made that up on the go. So I shouldn't
did.
trust you because we've already proven you to be an unreliable narrator in less than 5 seconds.
And he's not useful.
Right, and he didn't respond to the question earlier that debunked his hypothesis, because if it was just a general backstage area, then why were men not allowed inside of it?
And for some reason, he is riding super hard for protecting sexual assault and sexual exploitation. I think that he thinks we're talking about him.
Yeah, and he's a fucking hypocrite, because last time he came up, he was condemning liberals for laughing about Charlie Kirk's assassination, but then when I asked him to condemn Donald Trump for saying it was a good thing Rob Mueller got it, he couldn't, and he ran away.
Well, but you
And
don't
for
think
some
that's
reason,
wrong,
he doesn't
laughing
know
about
the
his death?
difference between backstage and private areas. For some reason, he thinks that a private area backstage is just the same as far as just like being back there.
Well, it's obviously clear you gotta just twist the context of what that clip said.
Yeah, it's
Like,
obviously,
changing
dude,
rooms when he
I've
said
already
backstage.
proved you wrong on that. Answer the following question. If it was a general backstage area, then why, quote unquote, were no men anywhere? This is the
Obviously,
fourth
you're gonna
time.
beat me on that. Let's just.
Yes, this is the fourth time that you've been gagged with that question, and now the fourth time that you've
Yeah.
just ignored it and then wanted to repeat yourself.
I don't think he's the rapist and fucking.
I'm
sexual
done with you,
assaulter.
Ivy. I'm done with you. Alan, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat, who says, I've been in entertainment for LA for over 10 years. Dressing rooms are part of the backstage area. It's never okay for anybody, regardless of status, it is allowed to enter into a dressing room unannounced. Yep, absolutely. And Wendy, thank you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat. Wendy, it's good to see you today. Thank you so much for the love. You are awesome as always. Please show some love to Wendy down below in the chat for the $50. I'm very grateful for you, Wendy. I'm very grateful for you, Wendy. Show some love to Wendy down below, folks. Thank you so much. You are awesome. You are awesome. Thank you so much, Wendy.
Man, I'm gonna eat your poop.
Same thing to you, Tracy. Thank you for the $20. Tracy didn't attach a message to that dono, just sent it right on through. I appreciate you, Wendy and Tracy. I'd really appreciate it if we could get 500 Wendy W's and 200 Tracy W's.
Really quick, Janice, thank you so much for the 10. I appreciate you. Oh yeah, I got it. Hey bro, I gotta take off. The wife and I are getting ready to head out, but I appreciate you letting me hang out for a while.
I appreciate you for coming up, Santana. You have a good one, okay? All right, you take care. You take care. And then one last one over here in Super Chat. Thank you, Sandra, for the $25, who says, Dean, your debates are always on point. Keep up the good work. Listen, Sandra, I try to keep them on point. I feel like I get better at this whole debate thing by the day, and I feel like that continues to show in the debates that we have. Thank you for your incredibly kind words, and I appreciate you for the $25. Let's get 250 Sandra W. Seriously, that is a shit ton of money. I'm so very grateful for you. On PayPal, thank you so very much. Let's see here. H, thank you for the $50 dono, H. Holy shit, thank you, man. H with the $50 says, I love you, bro. I love you too, H. You guys are being so kind today. Thank you so much for the $50. That is very meaningful, and I'm so very grateful for you. Thank you so much for the support, H. 500 HWs, and then SJ. Thank you for the $20 as well. And sounds good. I got you, SJ. I'll do that before I go live next time. Thank you for the $20. I appreciate you so much. And then Mario, I appreciate you for another $21 donation on Venmo. Thank you, Mario. I appreciate you so much for that love, Mario. Please do show some love to Mario down below. Then Caitlin, thank you for the $20, who says first-time donor, long-time watcher. Thank you for always speaking up for women. I look forward to watching your streams after work. Well, I'm happy that I'm able to help give you some entertainment after work. That sounds like a pretty fun thing. I appreciate you for the $20, Caitlin. I appreciate you for the love. And then Andrew, I appreciate you for the $10. Thank you so much, Andrew. Alexandria, I thank you for the $5. And Emily, I thank you for the $5 as well. Jay, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hi, Dean. I do not, but I am just wondering why people on the left like to stand on moral high ground, yet claim that abortion is okay.
Well, because abortion is okay.
I disagree, and I'd like to have a conversation about that.
Yeah, sure.
If
Fuck
you
it.
are.
Why not?
If-
No, yeah, sure.
I was gonna say,
Right?
if you're
Why not?
willing to. I know
let's start.
stream is
Yeah.
yeah.
Let's start with some easy questions. Do you think that abortion should be banned in rape cases?
So I have a bit of a different sort of view than you might traditionally hear, especially when it comes to rape of young children and incest particularly. So I believe that, especially when it's a young child, and I think the case can be made for many rape victims as well. Murder, by my definition, murder is the unjustified taking of another human life. When it comes to rape and young children, I think that a case could be made for self-defense in those instances. But so yes,
like basically, if like the pregnancy could kill
rapes.
them.
Yeah.
So do you hold an exception for victims of rape when we know the pregnancy won't kill them?
I do not. And it's something that I've personally struggled with because I am a victim of SA, and I actually had a miscarriage from it back in 2021. So, and as a pro-life, very, very much a pro-life person, that really, I struggled with that. So that's a topic that I've definitely
let's see if I can change your
got
mind.
a lot of mixed feelings on.
Let's see if I could change your mind. Okay, here's my thing. I think that clearly rape victims should be able to access abortion because they have no moral obligation to tend for the needs of the fetus, okay? They should be able to revoke access from their bodily resources, revoke access to domicile in their uterus, and kick that fetus to the curb, even if it causes a fetus to die, because there's no moral obligation for them to do otherwise. Now, I think that this view is totally compatible with a pro-life worldview too. You could assume that the fetus is just as valuable as yourself. You could assume that the fetus has the same right to life as me. Still yet, that victim of rape has no moral obligation in the slightest to tend for their needs to keep them alive. And I could prove this through a hypothetical. We talked about this hypothetical yesterday because we talked about this debate subject yesterday, but we're going to talk about it again now.
I heard.
If you live...
I listen to your lives every day. So.
Okay, so then you maybe heard this yesterday. Let's get your thoughts. Yeah. If you worked a job, made just enough money to buy food for yourself, you lived at a home, and you leave your front door unlocked, and you come to learn that for the next 9 months, somebody's going to break into your house in the middle of the night through your front door, which is unlocked, and they're going to take half the food from your pantry. Why? Because they need to eat it to live. But the effects of this on you will be for the next 9 months, you're going to be experiencing physical starvation. Even if you don't die, it's going to be very physically painful and very mentally painful. And there's around a 3 to 5% chance that you will die from starvation at the end of the 9 months. And you know that they're going to come into your house every single night and steal your food for the next 9 months. Now, the way that you could stop them from stealing your food, the way that you could ensure you won't experience any physical or mental pain and trauma is by simply locking your front door at night. But if you do lock your front door at night and prevent this person from gaining access to your resources, well, then guess what? This person is going to die from starvation as a result. Do you think that it should be illegal for you to lock your front door at night and deny access to your resources on behalf of this unconsenting third party? Or do you think that you should have a legal obligation to leave that front door unlocked to allow them to continue to steal from you? Because if you were to do otherwise, they'd die.
So I personally don't believe that hypothetical is, what's the word I'm looking for? Relevant? Is that the right word? Main reason being, you deciding to leave your front door unlocked isn't an active action that takes the life of another human. It's still their choice whether to go to, somewhere else that could provide food or resources or another place. But no, I don't believe that that's irrelevant hypothetical personally, because I see.
Okay, you made 2 points. I'll respond to the second one first. You said maybe that they could go somewhere else for food. So in this hypothetical, we're assuming that the only place that they could go for food is your house. All right, maybe you live at a cabin alone in the middle of the woods. They were hiking with a couple buddies. They brought a car out because they were like 20 miles off map, and then everybody else left with a car. Now they're stranded, not by their own choice, and they're reliant on your food to live. Okay, right. So they couldn't just go anywhere else for food. So to your first point, that in the hypothetical, you do think that you should be able to unlock your front door at night, even if that results in their death because they no longer have food, because that's not the active action of killing them. That just happens to be an action that you're engaging in that leads to their death consequentially, because now they're going to starve to death. Well, you just justified the abortion pill, because all the abortion pill does is it cuts off the supply of progesterone through the umbilical cord from the resources of the woman to the fetus, starving the fetus to death. It's no different than locking the door in the hypothetical. So in other words, you actually have no issue with the abortion pill, right?
No, because like I said, you're still in that hypothetical. You're still not actively taking an action. Like you're not.
Well, the only action that you're taking is the action of locking the door.
Locking the door,
which then denies access to the resources. And the abortion pill metaphorically locks the door by preventing progesterone to be supplied to the fetus through the umbilical cord. The activity right here is very equivalent between the consummation of the abortion pill and then the locking of the front door in the middle of the night.
I disagree with your conclusion there.
Oh, what's the relevant difference?
The relevant difference, yeah. I'm trying to figure out how to word this because I think. Sorry, 1 second. I've got something in my throat.
All right, sounds good.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. No, I'm not even laughing at you. I'm laughing at a couple of the people in the chat who say that this is a bad analogy. This is an impenetrable analogy. And a bunch of people like to say that it's bad the first time that they hear it because you've never heard it before, you're not familiar with it. On the surface level, it's like, what the fuck am I doing comparing locking a door to getting an abortion? But then when we kind of like go through the dialogue of like, well, what could the relevant differences be? We see that it's actually a great analogy. A conversation that I had with an abortion abolitionist named Heather yesterday proved this. Hazel, sorry. Hazel came up. I gave her the analogy. She said that it's a very bad analogy and that it makes no sense. And then she asked me about 3 billion clarifying questions to point out the relevant difference between the analogy and an abortion. And then by the end of it, she ended up admitting that the analogy was impenetrable. And she recognized that from her position, she actually has to now hold a rape exception, right? So, it's fine if you don't understand the analogy, but it's not the fact that it's not true that it's a bad analogy. It's just simply the case that you don't understand the analogy.
I gotcha. I still think that it would be okay to lock the door. Another part of the reason, obviously, rape is an exception in my answer, but in the vast majority of abortion cases, it was still a choice that the person made that created the life. You didn't put the person, me inside my house, right? But me inside my house didn't make the choice to put that person on the outside with no food.
Yeah, neither did victims of rape. So,
well, like I said, I think that's definitely a bit more of a convoluted area.
Okay. Well, are you able to either concede that you think victims of rape should be able to access abortion, or do you have a counter argument to demonstrate that these two scenarios aren't comparable?
I'll concede on that point, just because it's something I'm not going to go back and forth on the rape topic, just because again, it is something that it's a topic that I personally struggle with. But
if you struggle with it, then don't hold this stance that you'd vote for legislation to ban a rape victim's access to abortion.
I was happy with the decision to put Roe v. Wade back to the states and get the states the power to make that decision, and I think we saw that in action in the last election.
Yeah, I'm not happy with allowing states to legislate on human rights. I don't agree with the Confederacy.
For me, human rights is. I actually had this conversation with a good friend of mine earlier today. She's a very left-leaning Brazilian immigrant. And so we have some very productive dialogue, and we had this conversation about, morality versus, basically what I told her was, in your opinion, it's human rights, it's moral rights, or it's women's rights.
I could describe to you how a rape victim has a human right to access abortion. I could prove it right now.
Like I said, I'm gonna concede on the rape point, because like I said, that's something I've personally struggled with, but in the vast majority of cases, I'm not okay with it.
So now that you've agreed that there's no good reason to restrict a rape victim's access to abortion, I'll prove to you that therefore rape victims, under your own view, have a human right to access abortion. First question: can we agree that when we infringe on somebody's bodily autonomy without sufficient reason, that we're infringing on their human rights? A good example of infringing on somebody's bodily autonomy without sufficient reason would be like slavery or kidnapping.
Well, yeah.
Okay, so infringing on somebody's bodily autonomy without sufficient reason is a human rights violation. So we do infringe on women's bodily autonomy when we restrict their access to abortion. It just so happens to be the case in elective circumstances. You think that we have good reason to do so, rooted within the value of the fetus or the obligation that the pregnant woman has to maintain that pregnancy. However, you've conceded that you're fine with victims of rape accessing abortion, which means you don't think there's any good reason to infringe on a woman's bodily autonomy as it would relate to pregnancies created by rape. Therefore, you think legislation that infringes upon rape victims' bodily autonomy by restricting their access to abortion is a human rights violation, since that is an infringement upon bodily autonomy with no good reason.
I think it's a convoluted area because how do you draw that line? It's, we were talking about human rights. In my opinion, I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous too. I've never really done anything like this. But I've actually sent you a number of donations. I watch your live every single day. My name's Jamie. But for me, it's a human rights issue because you have, like I said, murder is the unjustified taking of another human life, and I just don't see any situation outside of the potential exception of rape, which, like I said, I will concede on that point, and self-defense in the case of, a young child or the life of the mother in general is, I just don't see any point in that being, I just don't see any justification outside of those two,
Sure.
one, possibly two exceptions.
So something doesn't need to have justification, else it is unjustified. I couldn't give you moral justification for skipping a rock on a pond. Does that mean that therefore by default it is unjustified? No.
Right, but
No,
skipping a rock on a pond doesn't end a human life.
Well, see, the thing is, what I'm getting at here is the default position for the morality of abortion is that it's morally permissible, that it's okay. You actually have to give the justification to argue that it's wrong by giving the good reason insofar as why it's unjust. So what is a good reason that you have to convince me here that abortion is wrong? What makes the life of the fetus morally valuable?
Because one, obviously human DNA, and I know I hear people make the argument all the time between it being a it doesn't have sentience, it doesn't have yada, yada, yada. But there's not a single argument that I've heard from the left that you can't point to somebody who's outside of the womb and make a similar comparison to say, if it's okay in this case, why isn't it okay in this case?
Okay, I'll just give you that argument right now. I think that fetuses don't have moral value because I think that moral value is derivative of meeting a conjunct of past or present and future subjective experiences. And because fetuses don't meet this conjunct of past or present and future subjective experiences until 20 through 24 weeks due to the development of the thymocortical connections, which is when the vast majority of neurodoctrine studies believe sentience to emerge, it is thereby prior to that point not morally valuable.
When you say, so when you're saying past or present,
and
present,
future.
Can you just explain that?
So in order for a life to have moral value, they either have to have past subjective experiences, okay, or present subjective experiences, and they have to have future subjective experiences.
So what about, just out of curiosity, what about an infant that literally comes right out of the birth canal? Because they're you talk about sentience, but they technically don't have any past experiences at that point.
The ability to deploy sentience emerges at 20 through 24 weeks in womb.
Oh, gotcha. I'm sorry, I missed that part. Yeah. I'm sorry. I don't debate a lot, so I'm definitely a little nervous. Yeah, I'll be honest, Dean. I was hoping to have a
Yeah, I just want to ask you real quick. You said that you've never heard like a pro-choice argument from the left that you haven't been able to demonstrate comparison to somebody outside of the womb. Can you demonstrate?
Well, you talk about sentience, and I'll be honest, that's a harder one to deconstruct. I think given a little bit more time and less of an audience, I'd probably have a better job of doing it. But in my opinion, like, say, it's hard to deconstruct, especially the past experiences part. But like, if you look at, you look at somebody in a coma who, or even completely brain dead, but you knew they were going to be awake at 9 months and be perfectly healthy. You couldn't.
Because they have past and future experiences. They meet the criteria.
And that's why I said, like, I understand your I understand what you're coming from with the past experiences, but I don't personally believe that's what makes.
Yeah, because you believe that DNA is what makes somebody valuable. Do you think that brain dead patients have the right to life? Okay, are doctors literally Nazis for killing like thousands of brain dead patients a year?
Well, again, like I said, if you knew that brain dead person was going to be perfectly healthy at 9 months, would it be okay to kill them?
No, because they would fall into my criteria of value, and they wouldn't be brain dead, they'd be in a coma. Now, you answer my question. For brain dead people that aren't going to be okay in 9 months, are you okay with killing them?
I'm not, but I'm also...
You're not okay? You think it should be illegal to pull the plug on brain dead patients?
Well, no, I didn't say that.
Should it be legal to... Just answer the question. Should it be legal to pull the plug on brain dead patients?
Yeah.
Okay, even though they have human DNA?
Well, I'm getting there.
Remember how you said that it was human DNA that made a fetus valuable, and because a fetus has human DNA, we should therefore make it illegal to kill them? Well, this is contradictory, because so do brain dead patients, yet you're arguing it should be legal to kill them.
Well, like I said, I'm getting there. So a lot of my worldview is... I'm trying anyways. Like I said, I'm nervous. But a lot of my worldview is really derived from my Christian beliefs. And part of those Christian beliefs is, the Bible talks to us about how when you're not present with your spirit or with your body, your spirit's present with the Lord. So at that point, I personally believe that it's okay under that.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so fetuses, don't express sentience until 20 through 24 weeks, which means that they're not present with their body, they're present with the Lord. So therefore, it's okay to abort babies in accordance with your variant of Christian theology.
So you're personally okay with abortion up until that 23 mark, but not afterwards?
Legally, I think it should be legal all 9 months. That's just my moral opinion, is that it becomes morally wrong to get an elective abortion at that point. But the view in which you just described is going to be pro-choice until that same point.
So I actually do. Can I ask you a question? This is something I've wondered about. Your own beliefs and just pro-choicers.
For sure. After you respond to the fact that you just said that the reason why it should be legal to kill a brain dead patient is because their soul isn't present with the body; it's present with the Lord. Could we not say that about a fetus?
I mean, I need to dig into that more. I know that the Bible does talk about.
Dude, all right.
No, listen to me. I know that the Bible does. I'm trying to respond to your statement from using the same context. So, the Bible does talk about preborn babies throughout Scripture. It talks about one of the disciples. I'm sorry, I'm not too well studied up in the Scripture, but it talks about one of the disciples, leaping for joy in the womb when Christ was born. You talks about how I knew, I formed you in the womb, and therefore I knew you and loved you. I don't know if sentience really it's.
Well, if sentience isn't what makes the spirit present with the Lord, but rather present with the body, then you can't say that because brain dead patients lack it, that therefore their soul is present with the Lord. But yeah, I am going to move on. I appreciate you for coming up, and I hope you have a good rest of your day. Okay.
Sure. Have a great day. Bye.
Thank you. I hope you consider a couple of things that I said. Also, to the people in the chat saying 9 months is crazy. Listen, I agree that elective lethal abortions at like 8.5 months are insane. Okay. Yeah. Like under my view, like that's incredibly morally wrong. But the reason why I uphold the view that it should be legal all 9 months is because we do not see elective abortions late term. We just don't see them. I've been doing abortion debates for so long, and I've never been able to identify a single circumstance of it happening. Yet I do think that it should be legal, because when it's illegal, then after that point, doctors stop performing life-saving abortions in many circumstances, or they have to wait for the abortion to like be sufficiently like dangerous to the woman in order to perform the procedure. Like she essentially just has to be like moments away from death in order to get that procedure. And because of that, women end up dying. So it's just kind of like me weighing the best out of two bad options. All right. What would I prefer? right, a sentient fetus, okay, right, at like 8.5 months, pretty much a newborn, right, possibly die because we're allowing this thing to be legal even though we've never actually seen an elective abortion happen at that point? Or would I rather make it illegal, knowing that that life, that extremely valuable life of what would essentially be a newborn at 8.5 months couldn't possibly die because now it's legally protected. But now we know that not only will women who are pregnant possibly die, but they actually do, like we've seen since Roe v. Wade was overturned. So it's a pragmatic position that is more based on the outcomes of the implementation of bans. Compared to like the moral value that I know an 8.5-month-old fetus has, because it is essentially a newborn. And that's my take. And honestly, it took me years to get there. You know, if you asked me a year ago when I think elective lethal abortion should be banned, I'd say 21 weeks. They should be banned legally after that point. I have a couple people to thank here. Thank you so very much to Joseph for the $2. I appreciate you. And Gabby, thank you so much for the $100 donation on PayPal. Gabby, bro, you are awesome. Thank you so very much for the love and support. Show some love to Gabby down below. Thank you so very much, Gabby. Gabby with $100 says, from Gabby, thank you for keeping me company during my late night study notes, Dean. Peace and love from a person across the pond, dude. Thank you so very much for the love, Gabby. As always, you are so fucking kind to me, and I'm just so very grateful for you. I want to see 1,000 Gabby W's because that is nuts. Huge shout out to you. Shout out to fucking Gabby down below. On a very real note, thank you, Gabby. Same thing to Robert. Thank you for the $24, who says, just had a back and forth about immigration with my right-wing friend. Using what I've learned from you and your debate style, I shut him down in less than 5 minutes. Fuck yeah. Thank you for what you do, and I'm watching your 6. Keep on cooking, buddy. 71-year-old Robert. Robert! You're the GOAT, man. You know I love you. I'm so very grateful for you. Thank you, Robert. And Lucilia, thank you for the $15, who says, hey, Dean, I really appreciate what you do and how you bring these MAGA to the ground, supporting the grift. Thank you guys for supporting the grift. Show some love to all the donors. Same thing to Rashad. Thank you for the $20, who says, Trump was found guilty for penetrating Eugene with fingers. However, she also tried to submit the dress. Do you think that he also penetrated her with something else? Well, the testimony is that he also had his penis out. Okay, that's what it says in the court documents. At the beginning, she knew that she was penetrated. She didn't know if she was penetrated with the fingers or the penis. So then they just went with the lesser of the two charges, which would inevitably be the fingers. So that's where the DNA in the dress comes from. Thank you for the $20, Rashad. Really good question. Really, really good question. Then Angeline, thank you for the $20 as well, who says abortion is congruent with current law because it is illegal to compel one human to use their body to support another's life in a debate. On God, Angeline, I appreciate you for the $20. And Fussy, thank you for the $9. I haven't played too many games lately. And then Jacinda, thank you for the 1, and Dustin, thank you for the 2. We are all caught up. I really appreciate you guys so much for the love and support. Real ass dude, could you please thank all the donors for sending me their money?
Thank you guys. You guys are awesome.
God.
So
how do you feel? Oh, go ahead.
Did you say you would be pro-life if there was just 2 exceptions to abortion? The life of the mother, or
no?
Why not?
Because abortion in elective circumstances is not wrong.
So you would allow abortion up to like what, 6 months?
So legally speaking, I think that it should be legal all 9. Morally speaking, I think that becomes morally wrong at around 24 weeks. Well, I mean, I just gave my rationale for that position, like literally as you were sitting on the live.
So you're saying if the mom just doesn't want the baby and it's 9 months, she should be able to just kill it?
She should have the legal right to kill it, but
That's
I mean,
insane.
that's just simply not what happens, right? Like I'll be honest, you know, if like a woman got an elective lethal abortion at 9 months, it'd be murder. So obviously I don't want people to murder. But see, the thing is, in the real world around us, when we look at like empirical outcomes, no doctor's going to perform that procedure regardless of its legality. And no woman's going to want an elective lethal abortion at 9 months because they've already picked out the names, they've already gotten the clothes, they've already got the crib and everything. And the only protection that the legalization of abortion up until that point really covers is going to be for the protection of the mother's life if her pregnancy goes sour and she needs an abortion, else she'll die. Because when we have abortion restrictions, then doctors become too scared to perform the procedure. But that's just, like I said, it's purely a pragmatic decision. It has nothing to do with morality because, of course, I think it's morally wrong for an elective lethal abortion to occur at that point. And I'd actually challenge you to do one thing for me. Can you please give me one circumstance of an elective lethal abortion occurring at 9 months?
one circumstance, like one example of it happening.
Yeah, I've been looking for it forever. Can't find it.
Yeah, I don't think they do that a lot, but probably like 6 months there's a lot, or like 5 months. That's still wrong.
Okay, why?
Well, my reasons for being pro-life are a little different. I just kind of think that it's so extremely rare to be human, considering the universe is infinite. So we only really have 8 billion chance out of infinity to be a human, and the Constitution does grant us the right to life. So I think we're nobody to say.
Get cooked so fucking hard. Are you sure you want to like take that position back? Like I just recommend taking it back now because I'm about to embarrass
this is an extremely
the
rare occurrence
shit
to be a
out
human.
of you.
How?
Because using your
You're probably
logic, it's also an extremely rare occurrence to be a cow, a pig, or a chicken. So in accordance with your view, cows, pigs, and chickens should have the right to life, and it should be considered murder to kill them, considering the fact, one moment, considering the fact that in consideration of the infinite nature of the universe, okay, and the billions of galaxies with billions of planets within those galaxies that we have not identified as housing life, okay, especially not cows, pickens, or chickens, cows, pickens, or chicks, jeez, cows, chickens, or pigs, okay, they should have the legal right to life, and we shouldn't be able to kill them considering how rare they are.
Well, humans are better, though. The humans are just a better species.
Yeah, well, your argument hinged not on humans being quote-unquote better, but rather your argument hinged on humans being rare.
It's like you have conjuncts. You got to be human is really good being a human, and it's really rare. So both
What does
of
it
those
mean? What does it mean? It's good to be a human. What does that mean?
When you say humans are special beings.
Special in what way? Because I'd say the specialty that we observe to be true of you or I, maybe not you, because I don't think you have a brain, but me and many people in the chat, would be the emergence of sentience and the ability to subjectively interact in the world around us. But that's a trait that the fetus lacks. So what trait does the fetus possess that makes the fetus special? What's that?
He has the potential to be that.
Yeah. See, this is an argument that I don't like. I don't think that we could confuse between sentience and the potential for sentience. Let me explain why. Because essentially what you're saying is that consciousness is what gives us the right to life and what makes us special. But then you confuse actually having consciousness for maybe having it in the future. Okay? You have to actually be 21 to get the right to buy beer. We're not going to give the right to 16-year-olds to buy beer because they could potentially be 21 in the future. You have to actually be 18 to get the right to consent to sex. We're not going to give that to 12-year-olds because they could potentially be 18 in the future. Just like you have to actually be conscious and experience some level of sentience in order to possess the right to life. We're not going to give that to a fetus just because they could possess that in the future.
I don't think it's fair to correlate life with buying alcohol.
We're not correlating life with buying alcohol. We're correlating one trait that grants one right with another trait that grants another right. Right?
I don't think they cancel out. Like, you always bring up different arguments of like, well, if you could do this, why could you not do that?
I don't think that you're tracking. Once again, your argument is that consciousness equals right to life because fetus have potential for consciousness in future, that therefore we should extend the right to life to the fetus now, right?
And because that potential
okay, so you accept that.
Something very rare and something very good.
We're ignoring the second condition of the contract
all
for
that
now.
Together.
We're ignoring the second condition of the contract for now. We're just attacking the first. So the first condition of the contract, once again, was consciousness equals the right to life. Okay, because fetus could be conscious in the future, we should extend the right to life to the fetus now.
Yes, and because consciousness is good as a human is very good and rare, extremely rare.
Okay, I don't think that the rarity aspect of the conjunction does anything for you. I don't think that you truly hold that to value. I could prove it. If humans weren't rare, if humans lived on every planet in existence, would you argue that you don't have the right to life? Because you don't meet the conjunct of having consciousness and being a rare form of life?
I think so. I think it would diminish my pro-life stance.
Would it be murder to kill you?
Because
would just yes or no, would it be murder to kill you?
Yes, it would.
Oh, wait, but you don't meet the criteria of the conjunction in which you think would be essential for somebody to possess the right to life. Therefore, under your view, it wouldn't be murder to kill you because you don't meet the second condition of the conjunct.
If we populated multiple planets, we would essentially be immortal. So it wouldn't really matter if they got abortions that much, in my opinion.
So
since we're so rare.
So it's the conjunct that doesn't just make abortion wrong under your view. It's the conjunct in which makes it wrong to kill anybody under your view. Okay, so are you
'cause I
arguing that,
just feel like
if we populated other worlds, that it wouldn't really matter if like somebody murdered you?
Well, if I'm already alive, yeah, I mean that's kind of stopping life. So yeah, that is.
Okay. So then the rarity of human life is not relevant to your argument, because you're arguing here that you would possess the right to life even though your life does not meet the second condition of your conjunct.
But that's assuming we populate different planets.
Right. It is assuming a hypothetical version of the reality in which we live in, and we're demonstrating an inconsistency with the position set forth. So you now concede the conjunct, right?
Yeah, if we possess multiple planets, yeah.
Right. So you concede the conjunct. So in all reality, your only position is the reason why the fetus has the right to life is because consciousness equal right to life. Fetus will be conscious in the future. Therefore, we should extend the right to life to the fetus now. Correct?
Or actually, I don't know. I would have to think about that, but yeah, that's a hard question. I would have to think about that.
You shouldn't have to think about that at all, you dummy. What do you have to think about? I mean, I feel like you know with confidence that even if humans were multiplanetary, if somebody murdered you,
I
you'd
just
still
feel
be
like
wrong.
those kids that get aborted will never get to experience life and Earth and all that. So I think that's kind of unfair for us to just.
So the position is like we're preventing the future existence of a person like you or I.
Yeah, exactly. They'll
You know what
never
else
get to
prevents
experience
the? You know what else prevents the future existence of a person like you or I?
What?
Pulling out. When my dad pulled out, it would have prevented the future existence of me. Are you arguing here that it's morally wrong to pull out?
No, but conception already happened, so yeah.
Yeah, well,
Okay, but
conception
whatever, we'll just agree to
conception
disagree,
actually
I
isn't
guess.
relevant to the goal of the preventing the future existence of a person like you or I. All right? Because yeah, sure, in many scenarios we would prevent the future existence of a person like you or I by, a woman getting an abortion. Sure, they're actually killing something, but that's not the only way to prevent the future existence of a person like you or I. Like, just with a simple yes or no, if your dad pulled out and he was effective in pulling out, would he have prevented your future existence?
Yeah, I get your point. I get your
Okay,
point.
so pulling
how
out
would
does
you-
prevent the future existence of people like you and I. Okay, perfect. So would you argue that pulling out should be illegal?
No.
Okay, so it shouldn't be illegal to do things that prevent the future existence of people. Therefore, it shouldn't be illegal for women to get abortions.
So how do you explain the right to life in the Constitution?
Sure, after you concede to the fact that you don't think it should be illegal for women to get abortions.
I don't concede. We'll just agree to disagree.
Wait, why? No.
I still
You just agreed that it should not be illegal to prevent the future existence of people like you and I. You just agreed to that.
Yeah, but after conception, I think it should be.
Why?
Because.
What's the
because
difference? It just seems like you're
cells
special
have-
clean.
Because the cells have formed into what will potentially be alive, and I think.
And what's relevant about the cells?
That they're a whole new DNA sequence that has never.
Okay, so it's the
been
DNA that you value. So do you think it should be illegal to pull the plugs on branded patients in hospitals?
Should it be illegal? No, I don't think that.
But
should
they
be
have unique
illegal.
human DNA, unlike anybody else's.
Yeah, I don't think it should be legal to pull the plug on anybody.
Okay, so then what do we do with
Unless
brain
they
dead
choose
patients?
to. Do they pull the plug on them? I'm not sure. I'm not too studied on what we do with.
So
dead
brain death is
patients.
when you have the permanent irreversible cessation of cognitive function. And then you get your plug pulled when your family's like, yeah, we're just going to let them pass away.
But yeah, they have no potential to ever like coming back.
True that, but do they have unique human DNA?
Yeah, but again, it has.
But
to
you
be
just told me it was a
concept of
unique
all
human
these
DNA
things.
of the fetus, and which makes it morally valuable.
But the only thing that has a conjunct of all
So
these
now we're
characteristics
redrawing
are
a
a fetus.
conjunct.
That's
You
gonna be
understand
it.
that you're on your fourth argument in your second conjunct. So what's the fourth argument in the second conjunct? Give it to me.
There's like 5 conjuncts.
No,
It's
you
rare.
can't have 5 conjuncts.
It's good.
You've already
Yes,
conceded.
you can.
You've already conceded on the rarity of humanity by admitting that if humanity wasn't rare and somebody killed you, it'd still be murder. All right, you already conceded on the preventance of a future person like you or I because you don't think it should be illegal for your dad to pull out, even though that would have prevented your future existence. You've already conceded on human DNA because you don't think it should be illegal to pull the plug on brain dead patients, even though they possess their own DNA. So what's the argument?
Yeah, but you're going point by point. I'm talking about all the points together, and a fetus acquires all
Okay.
those
So
points
so
together,
give me the
which
conjunct.
that's supposed to be.
So what's a conjunct?
It's gonna be 5. Don't cut me off. They're rare. They're good. They have potential to be sentient. Yeah, that's about it.
Okay. What do you mean by good?
You wouldn't think humans are good?
I just don't
Humans
even
are
know what that
special?
sentence means. I think that sentence is just like categorically unintelligible. What does it mean?
We're just better than every other species.
Why? Like, what do you mean by better? What level of like value? What sense of value is better being indexed to? Like, what do you mean by good? What do you mean by
We
better?
are
What are you
able to
saying?
experience Earth, this planet, with a lot more
Okay, so therefore
capabilities than any other,
fetuses aren't good because they're not able to experience.
but they're going to.
Okay, so they have the potential to be good, not they are good now. So therefore fetuses don't meet your conjunct. That's crazy, because your conjunct was being rare, being good, and having the potential for sentience. I asked you what it means to be good. You said it has something to do with the way that we experience the world around us, and then we clarified that therefore fetuses aren't good because they don't have the ability to experience. Then you said, well, they have in the future. Okay, so that means that they are not good now, but they do have the potential to be good in the future. But the second criteria of your conjunct was not having the ability to be good in the future. The second criteria of your conjunct was being good now. So you actually just told me that you're pro-choice because you don't think that fetuses have moral value due to the fact that they do not meet the identifiable factors of your conjunction.
Yep. I know I'm not going to change your mind, so we'll just agree to disagree. But
I
I'm
mean,
still going to have that.
You're
pro-choice
disagreeing with
aspect.
yourself. Okay, yes or no, was the second condition of your conjunct being good?
When I say good, I meant special. Like, we're just...
But when I had you describe what you meant by good or special or whatever the hell, you said being able to experience the world around us, right?
Yeah, and a fetus has the potential to experience the world around us, yeah.
Which is different than actually having the ability now.
Yeah, but I just don't feel right saying, no, you're
So,
not allowed to
bruh,
experience
your
Earth.
own
You're never going
argument,
to be
your
able
own
to
argument does not conclude that abortion is wrong. Because that's
it. I get
crazy,
your
bruh.
point, I get it.
That's crazy, bruh.
But yeah, I just wanted to touch that.
How does it feel to get dog walked?
I don't think I'm dog walked.
I think you
you're
are.
okay with
I have a
killing babies.
question.
I'm not.
So, if one of those babies grew up and was getting dressed in a changing room, and Donald Trump barged in to sexually exploit them by looking at their naked body,
Here
would
we
that be
go
wrong?
with your favorite argument in the world. That's
Would it be wrong?
Why do you always like talking about this? It's ridiculous.
I don't think it's ridiculous at all. I mean, it's literally an example of our president being a sexual predator. Of course, I'm going to talk about it. Would that be wrong?
Well, I gotta drive somewhere, and I've debated you on this thing like 50 times already. So we'll talk later.
Yeah. No, for sure. Feel free to run.
I'll see you later.
It's fine. You can run. I get it. I'd run
I'm
too.
in my car. I'm driving. I'll see you later, man.
You're good. Go ahead, run. It's fine. Camp, I appreciate you for the $10 over on Super Chat. Who says cells can't own anything, least of all the womb in which they are inhabiting. Cells have no rights. On God, thank you for the $10, Camp. I think I've really drilled in those abortion arguments. And to be fair, like that's a thing that I've been debating for like the longest time. Eric, thank you for the galaxy. I've been doing abortion debates for like 5 years. Before anything else, like before I even like considered myself on the left, before I even considered myself progressive, before I even considered myself like a Democrat, before I even like agreed with like the economic policy of people on the left, so on and so forth, I was pro-choice. Okay, I've been pro-choice for much longer than I've been anything else insofar as what I talk about on live, and that's been one of the things I've been debating for the longest time. Jessica, thank you for the $4 over on Vimeo. I appreciate you, Jessica. Melanie, thank you for the $1. Emmy, thank you so much for the $5. You were awesome. And then Ike, thank you for the $5 as well. I think that we quickly have a couple people over on PayPal. Yes, we do. Lexington, oh my God. Thank you so much for the $50 donation, Lexington. You are awesome. I really appreciate you so much for the love and support. That is beyond kind of you, and I'm so very grateful. For everybody watching, please show some love to Lexington the GOAT. Down below in that chat for the $50 donation. Huge shout out to you. Lexington with the $50 says, I'm an operating room nurse. I am an operating room nurse, and I'll never support the right to... Oh, Jesus Christ, Lexington. I thought that you're saying you will never support the right to abortion, but you let me read it right this time. Sorry, I'm a bit tired. Lexington with the $50 says, I will forever support the right to an abortion because I've personally seen the unfortunate outcomes on waiting for one because of legal reasons within the hospital. Exactly my point, Lexington. That's why, I think the legislation should allow them all 9 months. And it's like, I even get it why some people think that's radical, right? Because it sounds insane. Like, is Dean saying that we should support killing newborns essentially at 8.5 months, right? So I get it. I understand why people have an adverse reaction to that. Okay, because I agree. It's murder. It is murder to kill a fetus at 8.5 months. That's terrible, bro. That's terrible. All right. But those legal protections don't really lead to those elective late-term abortions because doctors won't perform them. But they do protect the lives of women and girls. G, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you, G. I thank you. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you. And then Amy, thank you for the $10, who says, hey, I think a better analogy. Whoop, the page just aired out, Amy. I'm going to have to load that back up again. Give me one moment. Amy with the $10 says, hey, I think the better analogy may be a car crash. You're the only compatible blood donor. Donating for 9 months could severely harm you, but will potentially save them. Should you be legally obligated to donate daily? Yeah, that's probably a little bit more straight up. I like that, Amy. That's a good one. And then Peyton, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, says, thank you for all that you do in approaching that topic respectfully. I try my best. Thank you for the $10. And then Courtney, I appreciate you for the $5 as well. All right, folks. I'll probably hang out for a couple more minutes here, but I am going to be getting off here pretty soon. I do have a dinner with my grandparents that I got to go get ready for. What's something else going on in my life? My dad's 60th birthday is coming up. That's crazy. The big 60. That's nuts. That's a big one. That's a big one for him. So I'll probably be taking a day off here soon to go spend some time with the father for his birthday. Happy birthday to him. Happy birthday to him. Someone in the chat said buy him a beer or something. Yeah, I'll try to do something nice. Why don't we just do a Q&A here for a little bit? Feel free to ask me any questions in the chat, folks. I'll stick on for a couple minutes before I hop off, hang out with you guys. If you want your question to definitely be answered, I'd recommend asking it on Venmo or PayPal. You can find them in the link tree in the bio on TikTok. Pin a message on YouTube. Also, this is the handle right there, DEANWITHRS. Now, also feel free to ask questions in the chat because I'll be reading them from everywhere. Somebody asks what my biggest fear is. I don't know, man. I'm really scared of too much. I used to do free solo rock climbing because I wasn't scared of too much. I'd be scaling 75 rock walls. That was pretty stupid of me, though. Amelia with the $2 says, do you have any favorite British politician? I'm not going to lie. I do not keep up to date with British politics. Somebody in the chat says, what's your favorite song? I think right now, and this has been my favorite song for a while, it's Jersey Giant by Tyler Childers. That is a bop. Hell yeah. Phil with the $10 says, how are you feeling about The Boys so far? I've been watching it. I mean, it's a good show. I think I enjoyed the last season's a little bit more than this one, but I mean, I'll still watch it. Plus, Anthony Starr is somebody I've been chatting with. He's pretty cool. Big time on the left, so I'm still a little scared of him just because of his on-screen performance of Homelander. Lily, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for your kind words. I appreciate that, Haley. Somebody else says, favorite subject in school? Ooh, good question. Honestly, I'd have to hand it to math. I always liked math. I always liked math quite a bit. Somebody says, why aren't you communist? Somebody else says, thoughts on socialism? Yeah, I just have a couple, I think that, clearly the free market's not always going to produce the most optimal outcomes. However, I do think that a restricted market would. I believe in social democracy. I think that we could produce the best outcomes for everybody. Given that we do have a market, it's just very heavily regulated. And of course, that's why I disagree with communism, because under communism, clearly there's no market. It does get a little bit more complicated than that, but there's on the surface level, my general thoughts. Somebody else in the chat says, what's your opinion on vapes, bro? Hop out. Somebody says ideal presidential candidates. Honestly, I don't know for 2028. I really just don't want an establishment Democrat. Okay, ideal presidential candidate in my mind would be Zohran Mamdani. I think that Zohran Mamdani is one of the very best politicians of my lifetime, and I wish that Zohran Mamdani could run for the presidency. Genuinely, fucking genuinely. I think that Zohran would be my ideal presidential candidate. And honestly, I think that Zohran is going to be responsible for influencing the next generation of politicians, because he got so much clout off of his marketing style. And now we see a bunch of like carbon copy and pastes of Zohran, like Canadian politicians running for office. So I think he's really going to inspire the next generation, which is great. You know, we need politicians who listen to the people. We need that for sure. Lux with a $5 who says, why do women have to give up rights, quote unquote, for society, like abortion, but a woman carries one pregnancy a year and a man can father hundreds? Oh, wait, Lux sent that in an hour ago. I'm sorry that I'm just seeing that now, but I do appreciate you so much for the love and support. Yo, we got a special guest on the live, everybody. Somebody says, do you know who Jeff Buckley is? Of course I know who Jeff Buckley is. Of course.
How are your debates today, bro?
They were all right. You know, they were okay. I feel like I've had better days, but I've also had worse days. How have you been doing today, Parker?
Great. I spent the whole day with my girlfriend. It was a pretty great day. Nothing really
fun.
crazy. Just chilled, watched TV,
Super fun.
and hung out. Did chores.
Have you listened to Metallica yet?
Yeah, I had not listened to them before. Never heard them before until I saw on the live. So that was the first time I ever listened to them.
Bro, wait, what is this, dude? What is this? Wait, this just in. Hello? Can you guys take a look at this real quick? This was just posted on X. Two kings. And then it shows Trump and King of England. That's crazy. Parker, what are your thoughts?
No, they're trying to distract away from something.
Yeah, like this is like so clear, like a troll. So clearly a troll. Well, I mean, hopefully. The thing
is, when he makes jokes like this, they're meant to normalize the idea of this being prevalent, or at least referring to him in that way.
Right. That's what I'm kind of talking about. Like just kind of normalizing the idea of calling him a king. Two kings. I don't know. I really don't like that coming from the official White House account.
Yeah, also, do you see how they use jokes or quote unquote rage bait in order to perpetuate realistic ideological beliefs, and then whenever you give it pushback for like, oh, this is what their actual position is at the time, they'll just claim, oh, it's just a joke. Why are you being such a snowflake? You know, that's what they do the whole time. But that's how they normalize these views.
Yeah. Damn, bro. I don't know. This White House is just tanking themselves into the ground. They're
Isn't it right now, for this point in the administration, the least supported administration in U.S. history?
Yes.
We need to keep it up. We honestly need to keep it up. It should be the least supported ever. And we need to continue to get that number down. And we need to get Democrats elected in. Honestly, we need to get this guy out of office. It's fucking crazy at this point. The fact that it's normalized to even make a joke like that, or just to be okay with, oh, he just made a joke like this, we got to move on, is a problem in of itself. Because a president shouldn't be able to just do something like this. This is incredibly unpresidential. It's honestly a fucking spit in the face to what the presidency should be.
Yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree. I think that I'm done for the day. I'm gonna pass the fury over to you, Parker, because I'm tired as hell. I responded to their post on X by just saying "fuck off." Actually, if you're on X, you should go like it. Go to my account, look at the replies, like the response that says "fuck off." But I'm gonna hop off here, Parker. Are you going live?
Yeah, I'm gonna hop on right now.
Fantastic. Do you want to go live real quick right now before I end, or?
Yeah, I'll click it right now.
Fantastic. All right, guys. if you're still in the mood for debates, go check out Parker. He's going to be both on YouTube and TikTok. His ad is at Parker Get a Job. So anyways, I hope that you guys enjoyed the stream today. Make sure to hit that follow button on TikTok on your way out. Same thing with dropping a sub on YouTube. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Peace, love, good night, and goodbye.